Welcome to World Sports Betting Newlands for this the Pro50 Hollywoodbets Pro50 match between World Sports Betting Western Province and the Fidelity Titans. And with me, James King, and with me is Jenna Searle. And really good to have you here with us, Jenna, coming down from Pretoria for this match for the weekend. And wonderful to have you here on commentary with us. And it's going to be opening the batting for the Fidelity Titans is Robin Searle and Gandhi Jafta. Robin Searle will be taking first strike. It was the Fidelity Titans that won the toss earlier on today, and captain Katie Pryor had no hesitation in deciding they would have a bat first on what looks like a very good surface. And good to have you here with us, Jenna.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be here. I mean, playing at Newlands is a really exciting thing, and commentating here is just as so.
It's Taitlan Baru from the Kelvin Grove end, and that's very good delivery first up from the Western Province seam bowler. And you just feel that it probably was going to be Western Province, which is their normal thing. They normally like bowling first, so probably both sides got here what they probably would have wanted. Scoreboard pressure. Titans will want to build an innings here.
Yeah, they definitely will. They haven't been on the best of runs so far this season. They'll be looking to up that.
Yeah, it's good delivery and well left outside the off stump by Searle. And so we have umpires for this match at the Wynberg end, which is the southern end from which we're broadcasting here. It is umpire Vin Pinel, and at the northern end, the Kelvin Grove end, is umpire Wilma Jones. And say at the toss this morning, it was Katie Pryor winning the toss and deciding to have a bat first. Yes, another delivery, perhaps a little bit wider that time. The shot was probably on, just not able to make contact on that occasion. So it is Tatum LaRue, a very, very experienced bowler. She's played 92 matches, taken 107 wickets with a best of 6 for 16. 6 for 16, an average of 19.77 in List A. That's nicely played. Down to Nasipo Vezi at third, and tosses that one in to Babette Deleda. So both teams, Robin, listen to me, I've called you Robin already. Jenna showing some changes from the teams last week. There are national players out on national duty, as well as the under-19 players that both teams are missing. So a number of changes, and Western Province team showing, I think, 4 or 5 changes, if not more, from the team that played against the Knights last weekend, and the Titans as well. Some significant changes. We'll go through some of those now, as it's going to be Gandhi Jafta on strike for the 5th ball of this Tatum LaRue over.
I think the biggest loss for the Fidelity Titans will be the leadership and the captaincy of Masabata Class, who has been called up for national duty. Katie Pryor taking over that role.
That's just defended into the leg side that is picked up there by, I think that's Sarah Smith there at mid-wicket. It is indeed. And there is no run. It's been a good over so far from Tatum LaRue. And I think it'd just be the opportunity for the Titans batters. Really need to get themselves in, have a look at the bowling and get a feel for the pitch. That one's wide and will be signalled wide. It's the first exercise for the day for umpire Wilma Jones.
Yeah, and with the game today being played on the far right wicket, there's a little bit of a slope going down towards the right of the screen. There was a bit of movement on that one from Tatum LaRue, so that's good signs early on for the Western Province pacer. Yeah,
if she can get that ball in the right areas to move away. And that's, yes, nicely played with soft hands there by Gandhi Jafta into the slip region, and it's fielded there by Olutlesio. Olutlesio, we believe, will be opening the batting with Dene Finnikirk later. Olutle was the captain of the South African under-19 team in the first ever under-19 World Cup that took place last year. She has played in a number of different for a number of different provinces, making her home here now in the Western Cape this season. As we're going to see another very exciting young prospect here from the Wynberg end of the ground, Caitlin Weingard.
She was excellent for Western Province last weekend against the Knights. She bowled 10 overs, 3 for 38, being the highest wicket taker for the Western Province team. Young, exciting player.
Yeah, she has been on good form this season. She missed out a couple of matches towards the end of last season with a broken finger. So she's really been back and worked a lot on her fitness in the closed season. So very important to see how she's going to go today on this wicket. Doesn't look like it's going to give the bowlers too much assistance, but I think we'll get a very good idea of it when we see Weingard from the Wynberg end. Yeah, and that is down the leg side, a little bit of movement into the right-hander, and just a bit of a loosener from Caitlin Weingard there, and that has been a problem for her. She does, particularly it seems in the 50 over game, where she's perhaps just searching for something extra. And this time it's one that moves away from the right-hander, but it's started too wide as well.
Just a bit of an overcorrection. When I was playing provincial cricket, I did play a few games against Caitlin Weingard. Very inconsistent in the beginning of her career, but this past season she's really pulled things together and has been a lot more consistent, economical, and still has that flair, that wicket-taking ability.
Yeah, as you say, she does tend to. That's not a great delivery, and perhaps not the kind of shot that. Robin Searle just reaching for that one outside the off stump. Could have left that one alone. Perhaps just got to be very careful early on with this ball. We've definitely seen some away shape here from Caitlin Weingard early on. She's just got to get her line right. She could present a few problems for the batters here. Well, that one is, again, just swinging away as well from the right-hander. It's a third wide in the over. She is going to have to, try and tighten this up significantly. Maybe just take a little bit of pace off.
Yeah, perhaps an option is to go cross-seam just to get herself back into a good rhythm, find where she needs to be, her lines and her lengths.
You sense it would be, she does get that one on the money. It could be very difficult with the ball moving away from the right-hander. 2 slips in place, and that is a better delivery this time from Weingard just outside the off stump. So she's played 8 List A games and conceded 234 runs, 9 wickets, so she's averaging a wicket a game basically. And you said her best bowling was that 3 for 38 last week, averaging 26 per wicket. An economy rate probably in this type of cricket compared to some of her teammates is a bit high, 4.77 runs per over, but that certainly has been the start of her career, and that is a very, very wide delivery down the leg side, and she's not started well at all here. That is going to be 5 wides. That takes the total up to 10 without loss in the second over. She's only bowled 2 legal deliveries so far, and it is 3 wides and that 5 wides already, so really not starting well at all here, Caitlin Weingard.
Perhaps one of the better starts that the Fidelity Titans have had in the first 2 overs so far in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series.
Yeah, it's been very difficult for them, hasn't it? The runs have really not been coming very easily. Last week was a very difficult match, and that is absolutely brilliant delivery from Caitlin Weingard. That is excellent, and just shows that what she can do if she can get the ball in the right areas. And that was a very difficult delivery for the batter there. Searle just not able to make contact with that at all. Went straight through it. And this is what Caitlin Weingard can do. She can be very dangerous. And then she bowls another one wide outside the off stump, and umpire Nell signalling wide yet again. She just, I don't know what it is. Maybe she's just trying too hard. Maybe the wrist is just breaking as she goes, as she bowls. She's got to get this under control. 11 without loss now, and I think 10 of those runs have come off wides from the Western Province bowlers, and particularly from Caitlin Weingart, captain Leah Jones, just having a bit of a chat with her there.
Leah Jones' leadership skills are excellent. She's been quite a successful leader.
Yeah, she's now it's her second season. Again down the leg side, again over-correcting here, Caitlin Weingart, and already she's still only bowled 3 legal deliveries in this over, and that is 11 wides that have been bowled in the innings so far. And it's going to be the captain just coming to have a chat with it. Just going to change a fielding position there so Leah Jones can come in and be next to a bowler at mid-off. So it's a 7-2 offside leg side field for Weingart. She's got to keep that ball in or around that off-stump line. That's another much better delivery. I think she slowed that one down a little bit just to try and get the accuracy. Maybe going for too much pace originally there, Jenna.
Yeah, definitely more control on that one. She held it back, found a good line, good length. Robin Searle just defending that off the back foot. Caitlin Weingart coming from quite high up. She is a tall athlete. And we've seen on the even on the wider deliveries, the ball is coming up and carrying through to the keeper.
Yeah, that's much better there from Weingart. She's still got 1 legal delivery left in the over. So it has been an expensive over, and one that Titans will not be unhappy about at all. I mean, just give them the opportunity to get into their work, the batters here, get a feel for the pitch. Yes, and once again a much better delivery, this time fullish of length and played straight to mid-wicket, and that is the end of an expensive over. 10 from it, and all in wides from Caitlin Weingart. And that will certainly be now, hopefully she'll be thinking to herself, she's got those last 2 or 3 deliveries on the spot. Maybe the next over she'll be able to continue with that, as it's going to be Tatum LaRue to continue from the Kelvin Grove end of the ground. And it's really good to have you here with us, Jenna, coming down from, I'd say from Pretoria and Centurion, and certainly always wonderful to have commentators with us from other provinces. Oh, and that is edged by Jafta, and it goes on the bounce to Danae Fanicco, get first slip. Just wringing her hand a little bit there. She played it with soft hands. Didn't reach the first slip. Good delivery from LaRue just outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, it is wonderful to be here. I've never commentated at Newlands before, so this is a bit of a milestone for me.
Yeah, it's great. Jenna's going to be here with us for both today and tomorrow. And that is played at outside the off stump, and Jafta gets the edge, and it's taken well by Babette de Leerde behind the stumps, and the first wicket falls. And it is Gandhi Jafta who is out without scoring, caught by de Leerde off the bowling of LaRue, and it was a wide one, and she went for the shot, and unfortunately for her, she got the edge and was caught behind. Good diving catch to her left. So it is another disappointing start, you would have to say, there for the Titans, and that ball really just too wide really to be playing that shot, you feel.
Yeah, definitely, and we saw a outside edge the previous ball as well that just dropped short of Danae Fanicco, and eyes lighting up behind the wickets as that made contact with the outside edge. Really good take there from Babette de Leerde, just a small step to the right, very safe hands from the Dutch international player.
Yeah, and she certainly has made a difference in the Western Province here to this Western Province team, and is now a feature behind the stumps and in the batting lineup for World Sports Betting Western Province. And again there, as you said, taking a good catch behind the stumps. as it's the captain of the Titans, Katie Pryor, who has come to the wicket. And Katie Pryor has 44 matches in List A cricket, 43 innings, 2 not out, 764 runs with a top score of 85, an average of 18.63. And she's got 4 50s and yet to score a century in this format. She's facing Tatum LaRue. And that's a good leave outside the line of the off stump from Pryor. Exactly the right thing to do. With that, just putting it out there, has Tatum LaRue in this over so far. Very consistent line and length.
Yeah, very consistent. She bowls quite a heavy ball, Tatum LaRue. It's often difficult to hit through the line of the ball.
On that one, she just lets that one slip full and wide, and umpire Wilma Jones signals for wide for the second wide off the bowling of Tatum LaRue. And she is not given much room for error here in terms of bowling outside the off stump. She's got a 7-2 offside leg side field. We've got 2 slips, third, we've got a point, got a cover, extra cover in the mid-off. And then she's bowling to her field. That's well played by Pryor. Down to Caitlin Weingard is at mid-off. So I say this Western Province team showing a number of changes. They did have last week Laura Goodall was playing for them. She's now up with the approaches. She's been called up to the 50-over squad for that series against England. And as the batter just pulls away there, and as well, the 3 players that played, 2 of them in fact played both games for Western Province last weekend, Gemma Buerta and Kayla Rannick, both on duty now with the SA Under-19 team that is touring in India. That's nicely played, but there isn't a run there, and she's wisely sent back is Katie Pryor by her partner there, Robin Searle.
Yeah, the Fidelity Titans captain, Catherine Pryor, looking a little bit skittish out here at Newlands. And big leave to start off her innings, and then a lot of intent, looking for that quick single, looking to rotate the strike, which is not a bad thing.
No, not at all. I think very important in this format of cricket. She again has a swing at that one outside the off stump, and so ends a successful over for Tatum LaRue, and getting the wicket of Gandhi Jafta in that over, and at the end of 3 it's 13 for the loss of 1. So just to continue with that, the two players, in fact 3 players from World Sports Betting Western Province that have gone over to India. It was Gemma Buerta, Kayla Rannick and Jaylee Philander, who kept wicket in the T20 match last weekend. And then for the Titans, missing some key players there. I mean, Masabata Class also been caught up to the 50-over team. And then in terms of the 3 players as well from the Fidelity Titans in that under-19 team that's gone to India, Simone Lawrence, Mona Lisa Lahori and Chanel Fenter. So a big loss, in fact, those players for both of these teams. But still, we're expecting a really good match here today against 2 teams that have had differing fortunes in the competition so far. World Sports Betting Western Province with 3 wins out of 4, 2 against the Titans and 2 against the Knights and 1 against the Titans. That's better from Weingard, and very good running there from this pair, taking the quick single there that was on offer, just playing it into the leg side, and there is only a fielder at mid-wicket, so that's good running.
It is with Catherine Pryor on strike now. One of her favourite shots is that on drive, just past the bowler, just past the right of the bowler. So Caitlin Weingard does need to take care of her length, especially when she goes straighter. Tatum LaRue being quite wide at that mid-wicket region.
And that's a much better delivery from Weingard. And that one had a bit of movement off the pitch, it looked like, maybe a little bit in the air as well. So swinging into the right-hander. It's taken behind by Deleda.
Caitlin Weingart really starting off much better than she did in her first over. Captain Leah Jones just showing that experience, that leadership quality, being at mid-off next to her.
Yes, that's nicely played there by Katie Pryor, just getting behind the line of that one, and that's exactly what you want to see early on. Just make sure you're in behind it, and it's going to be very important, you feel, here for these Titans batters, just to see off these this sort of opening salvo from the World Sports Betting Western Province bowlers, and particularly these two that have been very effective for Western Province. And that's a big shout, and that I think looking like maybe a bit of height might have been the issue, or just outside the line of the off stump, but it was a very good shout. It looked very adjacent from here, I must say. Umpire Vimpinel not agreeing with the appeal from World Sports Betting Western Province. I think that was a very good delivery from Caitlin Weingart. I don't think it necessarily beat Katie Pryor for pace, but it just coming in to the batter, and that's another very good delivery and well played by the batter this time. So yeah, that looked quite a close call there for Pryor, but she survives, which is the most important thing for the Titans. It's still got 46 overs left in the game. You really want to be able to just set out your stall and make sure you stay there. And that's very nicely played into the leg side. LaRue will chase it. They should come back for 2. And they do, and that's nicely played by Pryor. That one just straying onto the pads a little bit there, Weingart, but that's a much better over from her. And at the end of 4, it's 16 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, a slight release of pressure at the end of that over, with only the 3rd and 4th run coming off the bat for the Fidelity Titans. So Catherine Pryor will be glad to get that off.
Yeah, she's off the mark with that too. And Robin Searle will be facing up to Tatum LaRue. It's very important, considering the challenges that the Titans have had with the batting in this season so far, particularly when they haven't had the national players available for them, is just to make sure that they get through, say, this opening phase, get an idea of how the wicket is playing. Try not to play, particularly outside the off stump, not to be tempted. That's very nicely played. She rides the bounce very nicely there, does Robin Searle. It's down to Vezi at 3rd, and they go through for another single. So 17 for 1 now.
Yeah, just making sure she was up on the toes, getting on top of the ball and guiding it out through the gap between point and that slip in play. Does look like Danae Fanikak is off the field. She was in the slips. Kelsey Adams and Oluhlesi are now at 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, you're right. She is. Looks like we've got Rafua Bomvana, or is that? No, that's Jandisa Mangala, I think, at backward point. Yeah, it's well left there, outside the off stump. That one just moving a little bit away from Katie Pryor. Yeah, this she fielded that ball in the slips, didn't she? And she was wringing her hand a little bit. That one that went on the bounce from Gandhi Jafta. So maybe just getting some treatment for that.
But if ice always solves.
It does help, doesn't it?
Solving.
Well, that was again wide outside the off stump, and Pryor this time chasing that one, but making no contact with the ball, fortunately for her. She's got to be careful with those ones, particularly the ones that are wider, where she's not moving her feet or going across to it. She's not in control of the shot, and got 2 slips waiting, as well as the wicket keeper. We've already seen 1 wicket for LaRue in that area today. Oh, and that is another absolute beauty, going away from the right-hander. It pitched and it moved away considerably. Pryor playing down the wrong line. It was a Jaffa from Tatum LaRue there.
Just pulling her length back slightly, and a bit of the slope helping with the seam of the ball.
Yeah, and it definitely does. It definitely is moving away here and getting some assistance at first up. The pitch does have quite a bit of grass on it. But, that one, she doesn't pitch that one, and that is very well played by Katie Pryor for the first boundary of the innings off the bat, and that goes down to the deep mid-wicket region for 4. That's an excellent shot of what wasn't a very good ball from LaRue, but it was treated the way it should have been treated.
Yeah, Tatum LaRue's head just falling over to the left, and arm coming up quite far away from the ears. Coach, as we say, get that arm as close to your ear as possible. Just bowling that straight full toss, and Catherine Pryor, not a struggler at all to put that away to the boundary.
No, it made a beautiful sound off the bat, so it was played out into that vacant area at mid-wicket. Still a 7-2 offside leg side field, and that one a lot straighter. Probably tried to play that, looked like on the leg side, just goes out maybe off a leading half of the bat into the offside. At the end of the over, it's 21 for 1 after 5. And Robin Sill, Jenna, she's been playing for the last couple of seasons in Ireland as well, over the in the winter here in South Africa. It's always good to get that experience and playing if you can in different parts around the world.
Yeah, she's been there for 3 seasons and really enjoys her time.
That one again leg side-ish from Weingard, and just off the pad and into the leg side for a single. The first leg bye of the innings. And it's a very good set up over there in Ireland. I know a couple of the coaches here as well from Claire Blanche from World Sports Betting Western Province has also been over in Ireland. Yolandi van der Westhuizen as well was formerly the coach of Boerland, and is now the Boerland women, and is now actually assisting with the Garden Route Badgers in Oudtshoorn. So certainly women's cricket in Ireland also developing. It was very good to see that South African under-19 team playing that series against the Irish under-19 team early in November. And Weingard again, just getting that one to, it was a bit too straight again, just defended down the pitch by Pryor. She's getting a bit of a waist shape here, Caitlin Weingard.
Yeah, Katie Pryor just closing the face of the bat slightly too early there. She would have been looking to go straight through that vacant mid-on region.
Oh, that does get the edge, but it bounces just short of Babette de Leerde diving off to her right. And that one maybe steepled a little bit on Katie Pryor there. Just gets the outside edge, but bounces in front, as I say, of de Leerde. A good delivery there from Caitlin Weingard. Much better she's been in her second and third overs. That's another good delivery on the money there, and at the end of an excellent over there from Weingard. It's now just the one off it. It's 22 for the loss of 1. So it's been interesting contest so far. The batters just trying to get into their work here, and just feel that a big partnership between these two is going to be crucial for the Titans.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Runs on the board are the name of the game when you win the toss and you elect to bat confidently off the coin toss. And Katie Pryor will know that she's got a big job out to do here at Newlands.
And these two, I mean, certainly have got the experience to be able to take their team to a good total. That's a very nice shot, and it's just, I don't know if Leo Jones did get anything on that diving across from a position at extra cover, but it was very nicely played. It's tidied up behind by Weingard, and they get through for a single.
An excellent piece of fielding there from the Western Province captain. She's shaking her hand a bit, so probably a finger off that just to delay it going through to Caitlin Weingard, who came around from mid-off.
LaRue is bowling to her field at the moment. As that one again outside the off stump. It's through to mid-off. And she does this, Tatum LaRue, very accurate normally, just outside that off-stump line. This is a field that is employed by Western Province pretty much always in terms of the opening partnership. That's another good delivery. Pryor, I think she played at that one, just went through inside the bat, through to Deleda. That one almost came on with the arm. It didn't move away at all from LaRue, perhaps expecting the movement away, Katie Pryor. So there seems to be something on offer for the pace bowlers first up this morning. Just got to get through this period, the Titans. That's played into the leg side. They're going to go through for the single, and that's missed there by, I think that's Sora Smith. She just came across from her position at mid-wicket. It's a good run from the Titans ladies.
Yeah, not the best shot. She didn't time it as well as she would have liked to. She would have been eyes lighting up at the length of that one, looking to go down the ground on the leg side. Just the inside half of the bat.
That's very well played, and to Mangala at backward point. She doesn't manage to field it. It was hit with some force. Perhaps Robin Searle feel a bit unlucky that she didn't get it through there for four. Very nicely played, short and wide, and played beautifully. Mangala does get a hand on it, gets behind it. Just through for the single. Encouraging signs here for the Fidelity Titans. Into the covers once again. Leah Jones does the fielding. It's the end of over number 7. And yeah, we're going to have a commentary change here. I'm going to say goodbye to Jenna for a little while, and coming to join me is going to be Fatima Ahmed. And welcome, Fatima.
Morning, James. Morning, everyone. It's so good to be back here for the Pro50 competition.
It's wonderful to have you here with us, and it's been an interesting first half hour of this game so far. The Titans losing that early wicket of Gandhi Jafta in the third over, but it has been Catherine Pryor and Robin Searle who've been consolidating here, and that's very well played by Searle once again, just down into the cover region, sorry, backward point region. Mangala does the fielding, and yeah, 25 for the loss of 1 now into the 8th over, and it's been good cricket all round so far. Fatima, just apart from that first over probably from Caitlin Weingard, where she conceded 11, all in wides. It's very nicely played by Searle down to third, and I think that's Rivka Isor down there doing the fielding.
There's a good little partnership growing now for the Fidelity Titans, just what they need after that early wicket.
Yeah, very important. Has been a little bit of movement on offer for the two pacers here. And Weingard's been able to get the ball to move both ways, and that first over though was very wayward. She's really tightened it up a lot. And that's another, that's very unfortunate. And there could be a potential for a run out here. And that, if it had been a direct hit, it would have been probably out, but it is the batter that makes it into their ground. That was Robin Searle running there without her bat. It was a real mix-up. The ball was hit very firmly, and it from Catherine Pryor hit the bat of Robin Searle, dropped the bat, and then Katie Pryor was already 3/4 of the way down the wicket, I think, before she ran. Yeah, and
very fortunate she made her ground.
Yeah, very good that she did make her ground there. Very important. Nearly a mix-up there that cost them another wicket, and very fortunate. Now she's just got to compose herself after that. It's Wangard again. Oh, and that is edged through the slips. It was actually, the intent was to play it down into the third area. Just got more of an edge on it than she perhaps anticipated, but played with soft hands. Bounced in front of Kelsey Adams at second slip. And between Adams and Seo, not able to get anything on that. Goes down to the boundary for 4. That's a welcome boundary for the Fidelity Titans. I think that's the first boundary for Robin Searle as well. So just getting the outer half of the bat onto that. Slips probably looking to me a little bit deep at the moment. That's nicely bowled and nicely played. So into the nearly the end of the 8th over, and Caitlin Wangard, certainly a very good prospect, young pace bowler.
Very, very, very promising.
That's played straight down the ground, and it'll be fielded by Leah Jones. Just didn't get anything onto that really forcefully there. Robin Searle. It's the end of the over. It's 31 for 1 after 8, and is the Fidelity Titans batting at just under 4 runs to the over.
It's been a very good start so far for both teams, both trying their hardest, and it's been a good struggle out there.
Yeah, I feel that the Titans will be happy that they haven't lost another wicket. I mean, there have been a couple of edges that have gone down into the slips, but most of them falling short. I think the slips have taken a little bit of a step up here to Tatum LaRue. LaRue 4 overs, 1 for 11. She's certainly been on the money again today, Tatum LaRue. That's neatly played there by Pryor, just trying to defend. She perhaps could have left that alone outside the off stump. I think that's one thing we're not seeing, Fatima, is that they haven't left a lot of balls outside the off stump.
I was just about to say they've been a bit loose so far in the first 8 overs. They want to just tighten up a little bit because they don't want to get one to slips just now.
That's very nicely played. That's past Leah Jones. I think that Caitlin Wangard is not going to cut that off, and she doesn't. Chased it all the way down. It was a lovely shot from Katie Pryor out past the diving Leah Jones and down to the boundary for 4. It's her second boundary, and that came off the bat very nicely.
It's a very good shot. Make her feel a lot better at the crease now as well.
Definitely. I mean, there have been a few that she's gone out wide outside the off stump. That one was a little bit over pitched from Tatum LaRue. She went out to it nicely and played it beautifully through the covers. And that's she strayed down the leg side, and the leader there just trying keeping Katie Pryor honest with that, just knocking the stumps down, just making sure she's back in her crease. She'll have to bowl that one again, Tatum LaRue. It's 13 wides already, and 3 of those from LaRue, 11 from Caitlin Wangard, all those in her first over. That's time. It's played well again, but straight to Jones this time at extra cover.
Western Province ladies also bowled a number of wides in their first game, if I remember correctly.
They did, and they have been guilty of that, particularly in the 50-over competition, the Hollywoodbets Pro50, where they've conceded a number of wides, bowled an additional 3 or 4 overs. And that once again is played very nicely, jabbing the bat down on that. And Verzi's in from, sorry, that's not Verzi, that is, I think that's Rafael Bombana. He was on the field for Dene Fanika. It is indeed Rafael Bombana. Masipo Verzi's in the covers. Bombana doing 12th duty today. It is Verzi there in the covers who feels that one. Robin Searle probably feeling she missed out a little bit there. Was a little bit wider. She was able to play it nicely into the covers. Ball's starting to sound like it's coming nicely off the bat now, Fatima.
Yeah, they've been out for a while now. They've got the sight in. It should be easy to score now.
And yeah, just straying onto the legs. It's being chased by Sarah Smith. They're not going to come back for the second. Yes. And the throw comes in right over the top of the stumps. It's the end of 9, and it's 38 for 1. Good over there for the Fidelity Titans. 7 off that over. Lovely shot through the covers from Katie Pryor.
You mentioned a number of players on national duty and under 19 duty. I was having a little bit of a chat to Claire de Blanche, Western Province women's head coach, and although missing 5 players, she still feels the team are very strong, and she said they're always ready for a good match.
Yeah, absolutely right, and I think the same can be said if you look around the country and just looking at the sort of reserve players that are there. I say reserve players, but players in the squad or in the fringes of selection. Always good for them to get the opportunity to be out there in the middle. That is on the pads again from Weingart, and just into the leg side there off the pads of Searle, and they're through for the single.
But there's nothing better than match experience. You can't learn this in the nets or just watching it. You have to be on the field. That's the only way you'll learn.
Yeah, it just makes a huge difference, and you do look at some of the levels of experience of players in both of these teams. Not that much experience, potentially. That's very nicely, again, played into the offside. Bombana is through to field, and there's no run. And you say nothing can beat the experience of being out there in the middle. Very important, and this is such a beautiful place to come and play cricket here at Newlands. It's a fantastic day here. The sun is shining, the wind is blowing quite strongly, and that's really well bowled and well played, just into the block hole, and it's very well done by Pryor, just blocking it out, and it's going into the leg side. And with the 7-2 offside leg side field, if you do play it straight or to the right of the bowler, there's always a run there.
Absolutely.
So again, the line just not quite there from Caitlin Weingart in that instance. She has tightened it up a lot in terms of the wides, but she's still not getting her line right. She's got 2 slips waiting outside the off stump. First 2 in this over, the first 3 have been very straight. That's nicely played into the offside, backward of point, fielded by Mangala there, and she did well diving to her left, and they're through for the single. It's good running as well from these 2.
They're doing very well so far.
Batting at just a shade over 4 to the over, and we're into the last 2 deliveries of the power play. Just a reminder that power plays this year in Pro50. We'll talk about that now. That's straight to Bombana at shortish extra cover. And so last year there was a second power play, but this year in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 competition in the women's game there is no second power play, just the 1 power play in these first 10 overs, and then after that you're allowed 4 fielders outside the ring. It's going to be Weingart for the last delivery. And that's nicely played once again into the covers and fielded by Bombana. There is no run. It's 41 for 1 after 10, and that is the end of the power play with the 2 fielders outside the ring. And you sense, I think, Fatima, that both teams will be reasonably happy with those first 10 overs. Titans only losing the 1 wicket, and Western Province just conceding 4 runs to the over.
Absolutely, I think it's been a really good start. I mean, apart from that 1 over of all the wides, they've been pretty tight. It's been good viewing.
As Danae Fanika comes back onto the field,
Gemma Borta being
Yeah.
on under 19 duty is a big miss though, because she's currently leading wicket taker for Western Province women this season with 6 wickets at 12.5.
Yeah, and that is certainly are going to miss both Gemma Borta and Kayla Reiniker. You feel in and Kayla not only for, or both of them not only for their bowling but also for their batting. Gemma has been a lot more successful in the 20 over competition than she has in the 50 over this season. But Kayla Reiniker always good for some runs further down the order. As it's a change of bowling, it's the captain Leah Jones coming in from the Kelvin Grove end, and they just take the single down to Rivka Esau, who is the left arm spinner. She is down at fine leg. They go through for the single.
But it's
a leg by, I think.
But it's good to see reserve players and see what they can do with other players missing out today.
Yeah, and it's very good for the Western Province team as well. It's just straying a little bit onto the pads again there. Just defended nicely into the leg side by Pryor. Good to have Danae van Niekerk here with the World Sports Betting Western Province. Huge amount of experience and that she brings, and having Babette de Leerde there, still very young, de Leerde, 25 years old, the captain herself only 22, and that is edged, and I don't know whether that went off the gloves of the wicketkeeper. I don't know if that was a chance. If it was, it would have been a very difficult chance to de Leerde. Not sure if she did get any bat on that. It was fielded by Van Niekerk at slip.
But having Danae van Niekerk in the team does add so much experience, like you said. It's such a valuable person to have in your side.
And again, just trying to play that one through the covers on the offside is Pryor.
It's a very good start to the over from Leah Jones.
It is so far. 4 balls and just the one leg by off the over so far. Yes. Yes, again, just defensively back to Jones. And Leah Jones, 59 matches that she's played so far. She has got 83 wickets at an average of 17.3, best of 4 for 14, and economy rate of 3.7 over her career. So she's really doing well. She's only 22 years of age, captain of Western Province. And that's the end of a maiden over for her. There was the one leg by off that, but just maiden over for the captain of World Sports Betting Western Province to start off with. And so 42 for the loss of 1 after 11.
Yeah, very good first over. And she really seems to be coming into her role very nicely as captain.
Yeah, I mean, she really is highly respected by the players, and certainly the amount of experience she's got. It was really good chatting to her. When we had the previous men's 4-day game here, we had managed to have a chance to have her in the commentary box and just chatting to her about her development and how she's been going over the last couple of years, and also with the experience she had going with the SA emerging team to that tour in the Ghana to the Africa Games, where she was the joint captain with Nondamiso Shangase, and really a lot of exposure and experience for her. Nasipo Vezi is going to be bowling from the Weinberg end, and that's played into the covers and through the covers, and let's say Sarah Smith there is not able to field that one, and it goes through for a boundary down to the deep cover region. A very good shot, a little bit wide from Vezi first up, and it's treated with the disdain that it deserves. And beautiful shot through the offside for 4 from Robin Searle. And that's exactly what you expect now from Nosipho Vezi.
That was a good comeback.
She bowls wicket to wicket, and it just at a pace that you feel you can get after, but it's difficult to get after. It's just one of those
tricky little paces.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we go again. There is no pace on the ball, and it's played beautifully again through the covers for 4. That's an excellent shot.
That's wonderful batting.
Yeah, absolutely glorious from Robin Searle. And that is the second boundary of the over, and that brings up the 50 for the Fidelity Titans. They're 50 coming off 78 balls after 11.3 overs, and it's 50 for the loss of 1, and they'll be very happy with the recovery they've made after the loss of that early wicket of Gandhi Jafta. Just sense there, maybe that one a little bit short. It really wasn't wide. It was beautifully played through the cover region. She does float that one up a bit more this time, Vezi. So, Nosipho Vezi, 48 matches, 76 wickets with a best of 5 for 34, average of 15.53, so an excellent average. She's got 2 instances of 4 wickets in an innings and 1 of 5 wickets in an innings. And her economy rate is normally 3.44 to the over the course of her career, and those 2 shots have brought a change to the field. And just dabbed nicely down to short third. Not able to get it fine enough at the moment, Robin Searle, to perhaps get the boundary. And there's now a deep cover on the boundary. That's Sarah Smith who's been put out there. This time straight to extra cover. And it's the end of the first over from Nosipho Vezi. 8 off that over. Very good. 2 fantastic shots through the covers by Robin Searle. And it's 50 for the loss of 1 after 12 overs. They're batting at just over 4 to the over. So, yeah, glorious shots those in that over.
Wonderful. And Robin Searle's been out there since the beginning, so her eye will definitely be in now. She will hopefully be looking to get a big score for the Titans.
Yeah, you do feel that a lot will depend on these 2. Pura Andreu is going to be coming in next, and then Amogalang Mapangula. So a couple of changes as well to this Titans team. It just squirts off the outer half of the bat there from Katie Pryor to Mangala at backward point. So Leah Jones, very good in her first over. Fatima made just the leg by into the leg side.
Yeah, and she'll want to make sure she can continue that in the second over, not give any easy strokes for the batters.
She's towards us now.
Oh,
well, that was outside the line of the off stump, and again Katie Pryor having a full go at that one, but not really much foot movement necessarily.
That was a good take from Babette.
It was a very good take from Deleda behind the stumps there, and just overbalancing a little bit Katie Pryor. That's why I think she took the bails off, but I don't think there was an appeal, but certainly wasn't a concerted one by the Western Province team. It's been very good so far from Leah Jones.
Yeah, she's keeping it very tight, making it very tough out there for the Titans.
And it does look like after that early movement, we saw a little bit of early movement from Caitlin Weingard and also from Tatum LaRue, but since then it don't seem to have seen anything much on offer here. Maybe Leah Jones is just able to move, to maybe get the one to move a little bit away from the right-hander. That's beautifully played, and it's through the covers down to the boundary at backward point in front of the Oaks, and that's a glorious shot again from Katie Pryor. That's a wonderful boundary, and played that with lovely with the wrists and just threw Mangala at backward point down to the boundary for 4, and there's another excellent boundary for the Titans.
That really was a glorious shot.
Just trying to guide that one, I think, down to 3rd. And Delita doing some good work behind the stumps again. So it's going to be very important, these two. Now this partnership already 42 for this 2nd wicket. Very important they stay together. And it's the end of the Leah Jones over, just the 4 off that over. And scores now 54 for the loss of 1 wicket after 13 overs. So again, just batting at on and around that 4 runs to the over mark.
Western Province ladies have also tightened up on their lines. They've stopped bowling wides.
Yeah, I think very important. I mean, that first over from Caitlin Weingart, 11 runs off it, I think all in wides. And they have certainly, I mean, tightened up. Extras though, still 16. I think there's 3 or 4 leg byes in there as well. So Jenna Searle on 20. He's on strike at the moment. That's leg side from Verzi. She gets away with it. Yeah. Exactly. It's commentator's curse there. And so wide from Verzi down the leg side, and they take a single just off the gloves of Delida. So it'll be Katie Pryor on strike for the first time to Nosipo Verzi. She's got to be careful with Nosipo Verzi. Very much wicket to wicket. Not quick by any means. She's accurate. And she gets a lot of her wickets where bowlers actually try and get, I mean batters try and get after her. And try and knock her off her length, and maybe it goes up in the air or potentially miss that delivery. That's very nicely played, and Weingart fields and hits the stumps directly, but well home is Katie Pryor. But that's some good fielding there from Caitlin Weingart.
It's always nice when it's a direct hit.
Yes, it is, isn't it? That ball just taking the stump out of the ground there. Some good work from Weingart. She's already, I think she had a run out in that first match here against the Knights with a direct hit from that position. It's played to Mangala at backward point. She fields that one. It's hit nicely by Robin Sill, not able to pierce the field on the offside. And it's that one she'll feel she missed out there. Robin Sill was wide outside the off stump and played straight to the fielder at that short 3rd position. It's like Rivka Esau there. I'm sure we'll see her on bowling her left arm orthodox spin at some stage in the not too distant future. That's where Verzi can be a little bit dangerous. Just bowling stump to stump. And it's the end of the 14th over, and Nosipo Verzi's 2nd over goes for 3. It's 57 for the loss of 1 after 14. It will be, I'm sure, Leah Jones to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. It's been a good spell so far from the Western Province captain. Just the 4 runs, that one boundary which was beautifully hit by Katie Pryor in the previous over, down through backward point.
Yeah, she's bowling very well.
And she is a bowler as well she does pick up wickets. I mean, average is more than a wicket per match, and probably gets away with that one. Just outside the off stump. Ryan moves across to try and cover that line.
It's been a good start to the game, though. Neither team has taken advantage of, taken the lead so far, so it's pretty even so far.
Yeah, you feel it's very even, Stevens, as you say. Couldn't agree with you more. That one's into the covers and fielded by Kelsey Adams. Yeah, you'd feel that both teams, I think, Western Province will feel that the Titans batters haven't got away from them. They're batting at 4 and over, which is good for the moment. Make sure they keep the wickets in hand, which they have been able to do. Just jabs down on that. Mangala does the fielding at backward point.
But this is 50 overs. They've got plenty of time to accelerate later. Just build a partnership now is what is important.
Absolutely crucial for them. They're wanting to, on what looks like a good surface, if they can get a total over 200, they can get sort of 220, 230 even, and maybe they could get better than that. If they can get somewhere near there, it will be a good challenge for Western Province. And you feel, from a World Sports Betting Western Province point of view, probably a little bit short on the batting from this week. I mean, you have got De Leerde, Smith, Van Niekerk, Adams, and Seo, probably your 5 top batters, and be interesting to see how they are going to get along on this pitch. It's played into the covers. They're not going to get a single, even though the fielding wasn't done cleanly by Kelsey Adams.
But Lara Goodall missing out is quite a big miss. She's been leading run scorer for Western Province so far this season with 2 50s in 4 innings.
Yeah, it is a big miss for World Sports Betting Western Province, and very good for Lara Goodall that she's actually got that call up now to go back to the national team. That's very well played, and it's fielded well by Kelsey Adams, went straight to her. That's the end of another maiden over from Leah Jones. It's 57 for the loss of 1 after 15, and I'm going to step out, and Jenna will be joining you, Fatima, in commentary.
Good morning, Fatima.
Hi, Jenna. Lovely to have you here at Newlands with us today.
Yeah, great to be here.
How are you feeling about the game so far?
Yeah, good. A better start than the Fidelity Titans have had, I think, at least at all in this season, in this Hollywoodbets Pro50. Yeah, wonderful to see some bat on ball. There was the early wicket of Gandhi Jafta, caught by Babette de Leerde of Tadzim LaRue, but they seem to have come back really nicely. The partnership of 45, 57 for 1 after 15, and not the greatest start in the history of Hollywoodbets Pro50.
But it could be worse.
Yeah, it definitely could be worse. Yeah,
this is a very promising partnership growing. They just need to make sure they do nothing silly and stay out there.
And replacing Nosipho Vezi from the Weinberg end, Rivka Iso. And it's cut through the covers, just stopped by Sarah Smith at cover. Robin Searle just leaning onto that back foot and playing through the covers, just reaching the fielder there for no run. Iso with that slow left arm spin to Robin Searle. She's not the greatest fan of spin. I'm just going through a couple of her stats. She's only played 3 games for the Western Province team, and this fixture last season she got 2 wickets for 17 in her 4 at Newlands against Titans. So Robin Searle just plays that into the covers. Brilliant fielding there from Yandiswa Mangele.
It's been a good start to the over.
Tossing it up a bit, going with a straight bat. There's a quick single chance, but Robin Searle making a ground chance at the striker's end. Catherine Pryor putting in the effort there to dive in. We've had 2 dives on that end today. Robin Searle, of course, earlier dropping the bat and then having a mad dash to to the end on that side, which
That
was
could have
rather
gone
exciting.
very, very badly.
Yeah, definitely could have. Katie Pryor is quick between the wickets. She does a lot of work behind the scenes on her fitness, and she bats for long in the nets. Assistant coach Ati Maposa often says that his shoulder is tired from throwing balls at Katie Pryor. She just defends that back to the bowler. Yeah, she's got a wonderful work ethic, does Pryor. She always passes her fitness test, never has a problem. She was off at the beginning of the season. She had a knee operation, her second one since starting her professional career. She often has trouble with her right knee. So back in, she's fit now again, scored a couple of 50s. Really is looking like she has a lot of intent out in the middle. Tries to play around that front pad, but doesn't get it off the 5 meters.
And leading the team today, it's good that she's out there putting in the effort and in this partnership.
Yeah, for sure. She did lead this team, Fidelity Titans, against Western Province early on in the season against Western Province at Supersport Park. Not a successful game for her as the first run at the captaincy.
But learning experience.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, with Robin Searle, press release said that she stepped down from the captaincy. Masabato class named as the captain of the season. And of course, with her away on national duty, Katie Pryor taking that lead, stepping up and leading the side. Leah Jones to continue. Searle looks straight. A good piece of fielding there of her own bowling by Jones.
It's been a very good spell from Leah Jones. They haven't really been able to get her away.
Yeah, just the 4 runs off her 3.1. She's an excellent athlete. Of course, you were talking a little bit earlier about her being part of the SA emerging side and co-captaining with Nondomiso Shankase. Lots of experience in the Dolphins player as well. She would have learned from that and gained all of that experience, especially from a leadership point of view.
And then it's great she can bring it back to domestic cricket as well.
Yeah, definitely. I played a lot of junior cricket growing up with her. She's only 1 year younger than me. She's 22 years old. And yeah, very exciting. She's quite aggressive. She plays good, hard cricket. But she's true to who she is, which I think is a really wonderful quality to have as a fast bowler, especially. So look straight to Olusi Sio at mid-off. No run from the overlap yet. Leah Jones keeping it really tight. That down the leg side, it beats Danae Fanikak at square leg, and that'll race away on this beautiful outfield at Newlands.
That was a lovely shot.
Yeah, and with that 4, that brings up the 50-run partnership, 25 to Robin Searle, but 50 up, and that's the important part. This top 3 partnership is really extending the game, allowing the Titans to build a solid base, which gives their more explosive batters a chance lower down the order to come in and express themselves.
Absolutely. A good foundation is vital in a 50-over game. Even in a 20-over game, you cannot do much if you don't have a good foundation.
Yeah, and with that shot through the leg side, the fielding change to Nefanikek at square leg goes down to the boundary. But she bowls far outside the off stump, and Robin Searle throws hands at that, and back-to-back 4s for the Fidelity Titans opener.
On either side of the ground. That is wonderful batting.
Yeah, and we were just complimenting Leah Jones and saying that she's consistent and how good she is with the ball, but just overcorrecting, going too far outside the off stump, too full. That is a dream half volley for any batter. Just the 3 outside the ring, deep square, fine leg and third man. She goes down the leg side again, no one in there at that square leg region, and they come through for a quick single.
That's good batting, good running.
Yeah, really good over. 9 from it, Robin Searle with the back-to-back boundaries, and then the single to retain the strike on the other end. That's the end of the 17th, 67 for 1, with a partnership of 50, the vital partnership of 50 coming from the two. Catherine Pryor and Robin Searle out in the middle. Robin Searle on 30, Katie Pryor on 19. 18 extras for the WSB Western Province ladies team, which is quite high, but a wonderful early wicket from Tatum LaRue into the hands of Babette de Leeuw. Gandhi Jafta had to walk back to the change room. And we will take a short break, probably about 5
having them on board to sponsor this women's cricket.
She goes wide again, and this time she hits it straighter. There's a misfield there by Tatum LaRue, and that races to the boundary cushions there. Amogelang Mapangula, a beautiful cricket shot. She's playing carpet cricket, which is really nice to see from her, playing the ball on the floor, and that just adds a 4 more to her. She goes up to 24, the team total 129.
That was a lovely shot through that wide mid-off region, and Tatum LaRue not covering herself in glory there with that attempted stop. It was almost football style that she was trying to stop it in the end. It goes through to the boundary, and they've now going to make a slight change to the field here, putting a deep cover out. It's Leah Jones going out to the boundary there.
Fezzi goes tighter, and she goes up in the air. There's a catch, and it's taken. Tatum LaRue, safe hands at mid-off, and we were just commenting about Mapangula playing safe carpet cricket, and she chose to go over the top.
I was going to say exactly the same thing, that she was playing so well, playing the ball on the ground. She didn't need to go for the shot over the top, and she didn't get all of it, and Tatum LaRue takes a pretty good catch running around to her left. She redeems herself from that poor fielding earlier on, and that is really very, very sad for the Fidelity Titans women. I mean, she was playing really well, Mapangula, looking good, and she has to go for 24.
Yeah, just a bit of a lapse of judgment there. She didn't need to do that. Already 6 runs in the over, and just really overplaying it, playing too early, and lofting it up into the safe, very experienced fielder Tatum LaRue. Had a bit of a mare of the previous ball, but she had a missed dive. Safe in the end, and to the crease with that wicket brings Tiani van der Heevel. She doesn't usually bat this high up the order for the Fidelity Titans. We usually see her at number 8 or 9, and she is a bowling all-rounder, but a very capable player. Play in the same team as her for the Tucks women's team in the Titans Club League, and she bats in the top 4 for us there, and a very powerful, exciting player. She has the potential to score a couple of runs here.
Yeah, it's good to see her out in the middle, getting an opportunity here to play for the Fidelity Titans women. And you just sense now 129 for 4, that wicket, unfortunate wicket there of Mapangula. She was looking so good out in the middle and didn't need to try and go over the top. It's Verzi now.
And Van der Heevel gets the outside half of the bat. Gets herself off the mark. Slightly shaky start, but manages to get off the first ball that she faced, which ends the 33rd over, 130 for 4. Robin Saw on 57, and Tiani van der Heevel, the new batter at the crease. And with that, we will have a commentary change when Fatima will be joining James.
Thank you very much, Jenna. Thank you for your insights as well in terms of the Fidelity Titans women. It's really great to have you here with us and giving us that information. As we see, Tiani van der Heevel will be taking strike to Caitlin Weingard, and the breakthrough coming for World Sports Betting Western Province in that previous over there. Fatima with that wicket of Mapangula. She played some lovely shots there already.
It was a really unnecessary shot from such a promising partnership.
And that's nicely bowled by Caitlin Weingard outside the line of the off stump, and well left by Van den Heevel. And yeah, you just felt that the Titans women were getting on top, and that partnership worth 42 as it was. We took the score from 87 for 3 to 129 for 4. And in the matter of about not quite even 10 overs, so at a good rate. Oh, that's a very good delivery from Weingard, and she's now got the opportunity to bat to bowl at the new batter.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very exciting half an hour with the previous run out, the drop catch, and Robin Sell getting to her 50 with an excellent 50. She is such an important player now for the Titans in the remainder of the innings.
Yeah, very, very important that she is able to stay there and just build on this innings. She needs to be there. You feel if the Titans are going to get close to 200, 220 maybe, you feel that she needs to be there for the rest of the innings.
Absolutely.
Currently batting at only 3.9 to the over.
I mean, it's proving difficult for a new batter to come out. So the fact that she's been out there, she has her iron, she needs to stay there now.
Finding here for just going to take her a little bit of time to get used to the conditions out there, and the wicket is certainly, there is absolutely nothing on offer at the moment for the fast bowler in terms of any kind of movement. It's pretty much gun barrel straight.
So it's perhaps easier for her to face the pace.
Yeah, she plays that one nicely down to Van Niekerk at mid-on. So Wyngaard's been much better in this over so far. It's 5 balls she's bowled. She hasn't conceded. She's come back well after that nightmare of her first over when she bowled
that was
11 wides.
Quite horrific. I don't even know how many deliveries were in that over. It was so terrible.
Almost 12 deliveries, I think it was, in the over. And that's a very good delivery to finish off the over. And it's a maiden from Caitlin Wyngaard. And that will certainly help her analysis. 7 overs now, 0 for 28. And it's 130 for 4 after 34. And just a reminder of some of the important things that are coming up this summer from a cricketing point of view. And there's nothing really more important than the Black Day that is happening next week, Sunday, the 8th of December at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. It is South African women up against the English women in that one-day international, the 3rd in the series. And you can get your tickets at cricket.co.za, and we look forward to that particular game. Verzi to Searle, and she just plays it straight down to Seo at mid-on, and there's no run. There have been a couple of instances of a couple of runs that were a little bit risky.
Quite a few risky singles taken, yes. Oh,
it's in the air, and oh no, it's not in the air. Sorry, on the ground. I thought it was up in the air, but just didn't quite get all of that. I thought she was going to go over the top there, Robin Searle.
She has to be careful now that she doesn't do anything silly.
Yeah, they need her to stay there right to the end. She's going to have to bat through here. Feel. Oh, and that again is a great shot through the covers, and some poor fielding this time, though. You must say Kelsey Adams not able to get across to field that one, and that goes through to the boundary for 4. Another boundary for Robin Searle. She's on to 61. This is an outstanding innings here from her.
Absolutely, it's a lovely shot. Full of confidence.
Yeah, she should be. I mean, she's really been doing well out there. Chanceless innings so far. Plays that one very nicely as well. The sound coming off the bat is glorious from her. She's been able to take some toll on Nasipo Verzi, normally a very economical bowler. And that's a glorious shot down the ground. Straight drive, and that will go to the boundary for 4. That's an excellent shot from Robin Searle. Plays that beautifully. It was almost tossed up by Verzi, a little bit over pitched, and she played it just to the onside of straight for a glorious boundary. That's the 2nd one in the over.
I must say that's my favourite shot, straight down the ground.
Yeah, it's one of the best places to hit the cricket ball, back past the bowler. Not going to get a run on that occasion, but an excellent over there for the Fidelity Titans. Again, 8 off that over, the 2 boundaries, and it's 138 for the loss of 4 after 35, and just short of that 4 runs to the over mark. And Robin Searle playing an outstanding innings here.
Yeah, if she can stay for another 5 overs till the 40th, she then has license to try and be a bit more attacking in the final 10.
Yeah, I think it really is important for her to stay there. She's anchored the innings all the way through. You just feel that if she just don't want her to lose her wicket now. I mean, otherwise, it could be very detrimental. And that's another very good delivery from Caitlin Weingart in the block hole of Tiani van den Heerfel. And the match at the moment, you just feel that there's a bit of a balance here to it. 138 for 4 wickets down. Just sense another couple of wickets now. It might make it very difficult for the Titans. And that's nicely played by Van den Heerfel into the leg side.
And that's very good cricket, getting the informed Robin Searle back on strike.
Yeah, exactly what Tiani van den Heerfel wants to do. She can play most of this game now from the bowler's end. That would be the ideal thing for her to do. And that is played very, very firmly into the extra cover region. Leah Jones gets the body behind that one, and even though she can't field it cleanly, she managed to stop what would have been a certain 4. It's another excellent shot from Robin Searle. She really is looking very good out there at the moment. So it's Weingart away from us again at the Weinberg end. That's another excellent delivery in the block hole. You can see what she's trying to do here to Van den Heerfel. Certainly if she misses that, then there would have been a massive appeal for LBW.
Excellent bowling.
Yeah,
she's come back very well.
She has come back exceptionally well. Now nearly into the end of her 8th over. First over went for 11. So 0 for 30 at the moment. And that's a very good delivery to to Van den Heerfel again, who defends it well. Yeah, she certainly will also be. Leah Jones will be asking Tatum LaRue to come back some stage, and that's very nicely played off the player. It's a lovely looking shot from Van den Heerfel. She's going to keep the strike at the end of the 36th over. It's 141 for the loss of 4. The Fidelity Titans women won the toss earlier today and elected to bat first. And just to give you some of the information around what happened during the course of the day as we take some drinks here. And we'll actually give you that information a little bit later on. We're going to take a bit of a break now. When we come back, we'll give you an update on what's happened during the day's play. Okay. We're off air. It's on the way.
There wasn't sound for a long time.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh dear. Okay. That's not good. Okay. Maybe they forgot to put it back on after the break. I don't know. Oh dear. What's happening elsewhere?
Sri Lanka was still batting when I last
Yeah,
looked.
2:20 for 6 at lunch.
I'm see if I can get a drink.
Yeah. It's been a very good innings from Robin. Baz needed that. It's good.
Yeah, she needed it.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, she had she got a 59, didn't she? But nothing else really this season.
She didn't play against.
Yeah, I was going to say she only played 3 games. Yeah.
Took a break.
Okay.
Mental health.
That's sometimes important. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it easy coming back from Ireland?
No. Okay. Shame. She enjoyed over there. Yeah.
I think it's difficult. And like from a social point of view,
Yeah.
she finds it difficult to like stay in touch with the people this side and that side when she's not there.
Yeah. I'm with you.
It's difficult
Yeah.
to hold on to friends.
Yeah. Can't be that easy. Yeah.
but she
Yeah.
loves the cricket.
Yeah, that's good. Right. That's good. Right, we're back with you, and just to give you the rundown of what's happened so far today. Fidelity Titans women winning the toss and electing to bat first, and the Robin Searle and Gandhi Jafta opened the batting. It was Gandhi Jafta who was out in the third over of the day. She was caught by Babette de Leerde playing one outside the off stump of Tatum LaRue went without scoring, and that was when the score was on 12. And then an excellent partnership of 56 between Katie Pryor and Robin Searle. Before it was Katie Pryor who was bowled by the left arm spinner Rivka Isel, who's now coming on from the Kelvin Grove end, and she scored 19, saying that partnership of 56. And then was Pura Andrade who joined Robin Searle at the crease, and she made 9 before she was unfortunately run out in a bit of a mix-up. So we see Fun and here for just trying to play that one out into the offside of Rivka Isel, and she was run out for 9. Score was on 87 for 3, a partnership of 31 between her and Robin Searle. And once again it's Kelsey Adams who dives, but she's not going to get hold of that, and that's a lovely boundary for Tiani Van den Heerfel, her first boundary of the innings, and she moves to 7 with that boundary. And Kelsey Adams just wringing that hand. She made some ground across to her right, but she wasn't able to cut that off, and it went down to the deep extra cover boundary for 4.
That will make Van den Heerfel feel a lot better at the crease now.
Yeah, a really good shot. That's tossed up, and that's played beautifully down the ground. I think that's going to go for another boundary. There's Daneef and Nico chasing it, but neither her nor Tatum LaRue are going to get there. It's 2 boundaries and 2 balls there for Tiani Van den Heerfel. An excellent shot, straight back past the bowler. And that was really good. It's been very good in this over so far. Just over pitching, I think, Isel on both occasions there. And Van den Heerfel doing excellently to get the 2 boundaries. She moves to 11 with those 2 shots, 149 for 4. And the 4th wicket was Mapungula, Amochalang Mapungula, who was caught by Tatum LaRue off Nasipo Vezi for 24. That's nicely played again off the back foot this time into the covers, and it's Adams who does the fielding at deep cover, and they go through for a single. She keeps the strike. Tiani Van den Heerfel, that's the 150 up for the Fidelity Titans women, and that is 150 off 234 balls off 37 overs, and there's 19 fours in that 150. So I was saying the Amochalang Mapungula, who'd been playing so beautifully, playing the ball on the ground, just decided to go over the top, was unfortunately caught at mid-off by Tatum LaRue off the bowling of Vezi, and was 129 for 4. And these two are put on now 21 for the 5th wicket. It's going to be Van den Heerfel on strike to Weingard. That's a nice looking shot again from Van den Heerfel. She certainly now looks like she's a lot more she's a lot happier at the crease.
A lot calmer at the crease, yeah. Time in the middle is just so priceless.
Yeah, very important for her to just keep going here with Robin Searle. Oh, that's an excellent delivery once again from Caitlin Weingard. She's going for that Yorker.
She's nailing them, isn't she?
Yeah, she is, isn't she? She's doing really well, but you must say Tiani Van den Heerfel doing really well to keep them out. Caitlin Weingard is one of the quicker bowlers on the circuit. Yeah, in women's cricket, youngster, only 20 years of age. Oh, she gets the edge this time, and will be fielded by Van Niekerk in the deep coming around from her position at third. Just the edge goes through where a first or second slip would have been. So thickish edge. But no danger there as it goes down to a fine third. They take the single. Yeah, it's been a pretty good spell this from Caitlin Weingard, Fatima.
Very good. Keeping things very tight.
This one's a full toss, and I think maybe Robin Searle will feel she missed out a bit there. Was going for that Yorker again by the looks of things. Caitlin Weingard just plays it straight through to mid-off where LaRue does the fielding. That's outside the off stump, and it's carved there into the deep extra cover region. Sora Smith does the fielding on the boundary.
It's been a good over with rotating the strike nicely.
Yeah, we've got the 2 off the over. So far it's going to be the last ball of the over now from Weingard. She's really tightened things up after that nightmarish first over. And she has a full go at that outside the off stump. Does fun and Hill, doesn't make contact. And it's the end of another good over from Weingard. Just a 2 off it after the previous over was a really good over for the Fidelity Titans. 9 off the previous over from Rivka Esau. And she's now bowled 9 overs. Esau 1 for 33. Caitlin Weingard 9 overs, 0 for 33. So both of them going for it just under the 4 runs and over. And it will be Esau to bowl her final over of her spell. Thought she might bowl all the way through from this end when she was bowling from the Weinberg end. Just was taken off after 8 overs. Tries to play that one down the ground, Robin Searle.
Yeah, maybe she wanted a change of ends to see what the other end could offer her.
And 2 good deliveries first up. Last over, she was just a little bit too full. Comes down the wicket and can't quite get hold of that. It's a good contest here between bat and ball. Just the 3 balls left in Esau's spell. Too short on this occasion. It's well fielded by Leah Jones. Just knocks it on a little bit. But they get through for an easy single. I think Fun and Hereful feels she missed out there a little bit. One a lot fuller. Just plays it straight to the shortish mid-wicket Lutlesio. That's in the air. It's going to be safe, and it's isn't going to go to the boundary though. She really did well there. She got underneath that one very nicely, but couldn't quite get it to go all the way. So very nice shot, and that is the end of the over. So 3 off that over from Rivka Esau. She finishes her spell 10 overs, 1 for 36. It's 155 for 4 after 39 overs. So just 1 run shy of 4 runs to the over.
That was a very good spell, though.
Yeah, she did well. Got the first wicket. Got the second wicket, that of Katie Pryor. She bowled, and just one that just straightened on the right-hander, and she tried to play back at it and went on to hit between the middle and off stumps. As it's Weingard to continue with her last over. They're taking a quick single. That's good running. And Seo not able to get to that quickly from her position at mid-on. So moving to her right, so it's really good running. Well called there by Jenna Searle. Jenna Searle again, still calling. Jenny, you're batting out there. Robin Searle. and really good from her. Moves to 69 with that single. Yeah, this time it's closer to Sia, and they can't get the run.
And we're coming up to the final 10.
Yeah, and you sense there's going to be probably here, they're going to be looking at Verzi, LaRue and Jones to finish off. She bowled it. She got it through the defences of Tiani van den Heerfel. That is a very good delivery from Caitlin Weingard. Thought it might have just touched the pad as it went through, but it took the bails out, so went over the head then of the keeper. And that's the end of Tiani van den Heerfel's innings. She did very well to get to her 15. She had looked like she was getting settled, and a really good delivery from Caitlin Weingard. And van den Heerfel is bowled by Weingard for 15.
That was a really good wicket for Western Province, really untimely for the Titans now with you know, just 10.1 overs, 10.2 overs to go.
Yeah, I think we'll be 10 overs, 3 balls. I think 10 overs and 3 balls to go.
Yeah, so a new batter now has to come out, get settled, and then try and accelerate from the get-go if they want to get up to at least 200.
And the new batter will be Christelle van der Schaaf, and coming out to join Robin Searle.
So much pressure on Robin Searle now to make sure she continues to just stay out there.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, this, you just sense now with the score on 156 for 5, and now number 7 batter coming in for the Fidelity Titans, it is going to be very important that rotating the strike and making sure that they give as much strike as they can to Robin Searle. And
especially for the new batter, don't get too hung up on trying to score boundaries, just rotate the strike.
As that was another partnership that was threatening to do well for the Titans. 27 between Van den Heerfel and Searle. And that 27 coming up in just under 7 overs, so also continuing to bat at about that 4 and over rate. As
Yeah, they've been keeping very consistent.
That's really well played. It was short and wide, and Christelle van der Schaaf has played that beautifully down to the backward point boundary for 4. An excellent shot, and what a way to get off the mark. Really was very good. She needed to take full toll of that short and wide one from Caitlin Weingard, and she manages to do so. That's another good delivery to finish off the over, and it is a successful one for World Sports Betting Western Province, and for Caitlin Weingard, she takes her first and only wicket of the innings. She's finished her 10 overs, 1 for 38. And that is quite a good return for her, considering that she went for 11 in her first over. So following 9 overs, just going for just over 3 and over, as we do see a change at the Kelvin Grove end. The captain, Leah Jones, bringing herself back on to bowl. And she'll be bowling to Robin Searle. Searle, who's on 69. It's 160 for the loss of 5 now after 40 overs, so batting at exactly 4 runs to the over.
If they stay at the current rate of 4, they'll only get to 200, so they really would like to try and up that run rate in this final 10.
Yeah, I'm sure that if they could score at a run a ball in the last 10, it's going to be quite difficult probably, considering where they are at the moment, but if they could get that, if they could get to about 220, that is going to be not going to be such an easy target for World Sports Betting Western Province.
Especially if they lose a couple of early ones.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that's beautifully played by Robin Searle. That's going to go to the boundary for 4. And that's excellent stuff. It beats Rivka Esau and was wide from Leah Jones to start off with. And
That's a
Robin
great,
Searle seeing it well, isn't she?
that was a great start to the over.
That's exactly what you would want from a Fidelity Titans point of view. Get the over off to a good start. Takes a lot of pressure off you.
100%.
There again, maybe trying to hit that one a little bit too hard in that instance. Just gets the inside half of the bat. And Sio at that sort of shortish, sort of between a mid-wicket and a mid-on position. Just on the edge of the square. It's just a run-saving position out there. There's a deep cover. There's a long off, a long on, and a deep mid-wicket. That's played to the fielder, Kelsey Adams, at deep extra cover. And they go through for the single. So let's find a Scaife on strike now. Played a lovely boundary in that previous over off Caitlin Weingard. Ball was short and wide. They've still got the fielders out on the boundary, Western Province. That's played to the fielder at long off. That's a good shot to get off the strike, give Robin Searle the strike back, and just to keep it scoreboard ticking over. 4 balls in this over. They've got the 6 already off the over. That will be the minimum they would be looking for.
Yeah, it's very smart cricket, the boundary, and then just work the singles.
And it's Robin Searle, 74 not out. Such an important innings for the team here. And that's another single out to deep cover. And every run being cheered on here by the players from the Fidelity Titans in the dugout underneath us here and to the right of us in the visiting team dressing room. 7 off the over. It's really been a good one for the Fidelity Titans ladies. As Leah Jones comes in towards us again from the Kelvin Grove end. And that's played nicely down the ground for another single. So 8 off the over. It's a good one for the Titans. It's 168 for 5.
It's a great start to the final 10.
And I am going to take my leave, and Jenna will be joining you there, Fatima.
Welcome back, Jenna.
Yeah, exciting couple of overs there. It's the wicket of Tiani van der Heevel falling at an unfortunate time, but Christelle van der Scaife moved up the order on the scoreboard. She was to come in after Rasika Maharaj, but she's done really nicely. She's building a really nice partnership with Robin, their partnership of 12. And she's looked confident, looked good. She's a young player. She only has 2 or 3 caps for the Fidelity Titans. I think only 1 in the 50-over competition. And she scores a lot of runs at club level. She plays for Cineville Cricket Club and has a lot of experience at the top of the order. She's only 20 years old. She did a stint in Ireland over the past summer there. She played club cricket for them and a bit of cricket for the Typhoons in their Super Series.
Oh, wow.
So she had some List A cricket, some experience in the green country of Ireland. Tatum LaRue from the Wynberg end. Christelle van der Scaife looks to go straight. It crashes into the pads, but they managed to come through for the quick single. She definitely got bad on that, as it is not signalled by the umpire, Mr. Null, as leg buys. The score goes up to 169. Yeah, with that rate, as you and James were speaking about, Fatima, just climbing ever so slightly.
Just what they need to do in the final 10, yep.
LaRue to Searle. She goes straight, and it goes to Alusio at mid-off. They come through for 1. The boundary riders here today for the Western Province team have attacked the ball really nicely. They haven't allowed the Titans players to take too many twos to them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, they have been good. A couple of fumbles and not the cleanest fielding work that they've done inside the 30-yard ring. But definitely on the boundary they have done well. Christelle van der Scaife plays this out to that mid-wicket region collected by Adams. And again attacking the ball really well, coming hard off the boundary and preventing them from taking the 2. Both batters look really confident, playing straighter down the wicket past the bowler. So there's just that. Too long off. They look for the second, but Seo really good with a big arm from the boundary here.
But they're keeping the scoreboard ticking, which is important.
Yeah, definitely. A boundary isn't always needed if you can get 1 or 2 runs every ball.
Yeah, you can still get 6 and over.
And that will take us to that mark that you've been speaking about, that 220 run mark, with that 6 runs every over for the next 8 or so overs. Getting off strike nicely, Van der Schyf coming in from the first ball that she came out. She looked confident, rotating the strike nicely, playing out the middle of the bat. The 360-degree kind of player. Crashes into the pads, but outside the line there's a chance at a run out, but a fumble at point from Leah Jones. Very good running there. Christelle van der Schyf taking off really quickly from the non-striker's end, and they close off the over with a leg by 174 for 5 after 42 with Sue on 77 and van der Schyf nicely on 9. That partnership of 18 really vital at this stage of the game.
Absolutely, and if these two can stay there and keep building their partnership, it will put Titans in a quite a healthy position.
Yeah, definitely healthy. As Leah Jones is continuing from the Kelvin Grove end. She has bowled 6 overs, 25 runs, no wickets for her in this Titans innings. As we just run you through the field, you've got short third man point, cover sweepers out on the boundary, extra covers in the ring, both long off and long on out. There's a straightish square leg, which is interesting, as well as cow corner and short fine leg. She comes around the wickets to Searle, who hits it straight back to her, but it goes past her and they manage to go through for the single. A good contest between bat and ball.
Very good. So it's important to have someone like Robin Searle there in the middle, who's been there from the get-go, comfortable with the conditions now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm enjoying this change here from Leah Jones, who's chosen to go right arm around the wicket. Long on is quite square and plays this to the left of Seo, who's at that square leg region. Mangele just attacking the ball really nicely, preventing them from taking the second run.
It's been a good inning so far from the Titans, so I've been enjoying it.
Yeah, they have kept it moving. There were a couple of dips in their intent after the loss of a wicket or some.
And wickets at unfortunate. I mean, wickets always at an unfortunate time, but particularly so in this innings.
Yeah, definitely, especially that run out from Pura Andrea. She did put the dive in, but she was given out where they had a miscommunication and was sent back by Searle to the keeper's end. And a very good throw by Caitlin Weingard for the dismissal of the number 4 for the Sky Blues. She goes on that off-stump line and it's played hard down the ground by Searle, but collected by LaRue. Van der Schyf looking for the second, but once again the Western Province player is so good off the boundary rope, attacking the ball hard. Leah Jones not giving any loose deliveries so far in this over. She's really bowling nicely in that block hole. It's really good bowling towards the back end. They go for the second. Still needs to put some work in, and she makes it home. Yeah, really good running. She knew she wanted 2, and she came back for it. Quick turn, looked up, saw that the ball wasn't in the hand of the fielder yet, and decided on the second.
But the angle she's bowling at, I think, is making it difficult to score off her.
She really is shooting it in at the pads. Really excellent death bowling full. And just pulling that across the line. There's Van der Schyff to end off the over with a single, 180 for 5. Excellent over there, 6 from it. And that's more what the Fidelity Titans need to get themselves over that 200 mark in the next 7 overs. And it looks like Tate and LaRue will continue from the Wynberg end. Deciding to go with pace at the back end of this innings. They do still have Sarah Smith, who has only bowled 5 overs, with the economy just over 3. But LaRue coming in with that full, straight, attacking the stumps kind of line. They're looking for the second as Van der Schyff hits that down to long on. But only get the 1.
When do you think Robin might try to accelerate, like big shots?
I don't think that's necessarily in her game plan. She does play a more anchoring role. I do think if someone were to start accelerating at this stage of the game, it would probably be Van der Schyff. Robin will look to rotate the strike. Okay. And if she does explode and start to accelerate, it will definitely be on the ground.
Okay.
With any luck. Yeah, but she's definitely capable of hitting 4s. Last season, she was the batter with the highest number of 4s in the Pro50 competition, so she is capable of hitting boundaries. As she plays this with very soft hands into that leg side, and they get through for the quick single to Esau at that mid-wicket region. The game has been expanding over the years. As many people were quite critical of the way that she went about her game with her low strike rate. And she has been working on expressing herself a bit more and playing a game that she is more comfortable in, but scoring runs at the same time, as Van der Schyff hits this hard out to seal at long off for the 1. Yeah, it does feel like she's comfortable in this role that the Fidelity Titans have her in. Top of the order, looking to bat through the innings, but at the same time to hit the ball with confidence. She plays this through that extra cover region. They'll look for 2, but see her too good as she attacks that nicely. Just 1 ball left in the over, 184.
I mean, with power hitters down the order, like you say, then the anchor role is vital and sometimes overlooked, I feel. This around the corner, Nosipho Vezi, she was on the ball in a flash, but Robin saw really quick off the mark from the non-striker's end and manages to close the over off with a quick single. 185 for 5 after 44. And just speaking on that, the explosiveness of the batters down the order, I do think that the more explosive batters that the Titans have in the lineup have already gone out, especially in the form of Amugelang Mapangula. Tiani van der Hevel, we saw her have a really good go there between that long on and cow corner region when she did go to try and hit that maximum. But that back end of the lineup, not too explosive. Maharaj is a bit of a nudger of the ball. She likes to rotate the strike, hang in there. We saw that last weekend against the Dolphins. And then Madisha, Tap and Mashishi. Also very sort of tail end batters. Oh.
As Van der Schyff goes up high, Fanika is running in to get it, but it drops short. And they settle for the single in the end.
So maybe they should perhaps know their limits then and try to just rotate strike as much as they can.
Yeah, for sure. Van der Schyff definitely has the ability to accelerate nicely. She does that at club cricket. But of course the level between club cricket and professional provincial cricket is quite large, as Searle plays this out to long on for 1. Yeah, she can hit the ball hard, so if it does come down to it, I'm sure she will. Yeah, Leah Jones keeping it really tight, bowling really well here in the death overs for her team. She plays this out to cow corner. It looks like it's in between the players. There's a dive, but it crashes into the boundary rope there. An excellent effort out at cow corner by Yandiswa Mangele as she gets a hand onto it, but just pushes it onto the boundary rope. And that's the type of energy and intent that the Fidelity Titans need. Wasn't overhit, just placed really well.
Absolutely good cricket shot. Just what they needed.
Jones goes outside the off stump, and Van der Skeef just throws hands at that straight to Van Niekerk.
She wants to go. You can tell she wants to go.
Yeah, she is finding her timing a lot more when she's looking to just hit the ball and time it nicely, not overhit it. And with the angle that Leah Jones is bowling at, it definitely opens up the leg side, but they have protection in place. So goes to Jones. That's excellent fielding off her own bowling there. She is such an athlete. Jones puts in the dive. Clean piece of fielding there.
Great dedication shown.
That run rate that they've managed to achieve with one ball left in the 45 is over that 4-run mark, which is excellent, 4.3, as they will close this off with a single down to long off. And that is the end of the Jones over. 45 overs done, 193 for 5, with an excellent partnership here between these two. Christelle van der Skeef just stretching her legs and making sure she doesn't cramp in the hamstrings. Robinson on 83 and Van der Skeef on 22. That partnership of 37. There is some work being done there for Van der Skeef, as it looks like a hamstring cramp. Oh, it's very
those
dramatic.
are never nice.
Yeah, their physio Tepi is out there on the field making sure that they get the correct hydration into her.
The worst is waking up to a hamstring cramp.
Yeah, it's definitely not comfortable. Short break in play, as we can just run you through a couple of the things. Through the order, top score at the moment, Robinson 83 not out. She's still out there in the middle. Gandhi Jafta was the first to fall. She was caught by Babette de Leeuw of the bowling of Tatum LaRue. Katie Pryor was bowled by Rivka Esau after a really solid partnership that she had with Robinson. And then Pura Andrea falling through the mode of dismissal of run out. Tiani van der Heevel went out for 15 and Van der Skeef at the crease with 22. Current partnership of 37. 5 overs to go. 193. That 220 run mark that we've been talking about is definitely on the cards.
I think they'll be disappointed if they don't get there, so that's definitely what they'll be aiming for.
30 balls left in this innings. Just 27 runs needed to get to that mark of 220. Tatum LaRue to continue her spell to Robinson. Christelle van der Skeef has recovered from what we thought was a hamstring cramp. As Saul plays this into the covers, they'll need to do a lot of work to collect this. They're looking for the second, but Sarah Smith, excellent coming off the boundary quickly and restricts them to 1. Excellent shot there by Christelle van der Skeef, and that square of cow corner, and it races away for 4, and this is the acceleration we've been looking for. She didn't try and overhit that at all. She timed it beautifully, played it under the eyes, and just beat that fielder out at cow corner. Kelsey Adams had no chance.
Excellent result for the Titans.
Tatum LaRue just over pitching it and missing her line slightly. She goes wide outside the off stump there, and Christelle van der Skeef just planting that front foot down that middle stump line, not getting across towards the ball that was quite far outside the off stump at all. Bit of a freebie if she extended herself slightly. They got the head closer to the line of the delivery. She goes up this time, but it will fall into no man's land, and that's 2 bounces as it bumps into the boundary cushions, and Christelle van der Schijf, a bit of a top edge there. Lucky that it managed to go as far as it did, but in the end the result that she wanted, and that brings up the 200 runs for the Fidelity Titans. 24 fours, no sixes from it, even though that one was quite close to the maximum mark. And that is excellent there from the Fidelity Titans, with Robin Saul being the main contributor, 84, but Christelle van der Schijf 30 on strike as she goes hard down the ground. And this is wonderful cricket from the youngster as she hits the boundary and then gets off strike.
Very smart, very smart. It's been an excellent over.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries for her, and then manages to take the single. Gets Robinson on strike for the last ball of the 46th. So plays this out to Seal at mid-off. They get through for the single, and this is really excellent stuff here for the Fidelity Titans. As that's the end of the 46th, 204 for 5 with a partnership of 48. And they continue to go with seam. It's rather interesting to me. I would have thought they might have decided to take pace off the ball and turn to a spinner. But of course, without their main spinners in the lineup, Gemma Botha and Kayla Reinicke, they don't have an experienced spinner.
I think that's it, yeah.
And with Rivka Iso already bowling her 10 overs, she bowled 10 for 36 and had that vital wicket of the captain, Katie Pryor. Necessarily want to be bowling Sarah Smith, who is a part-time spinner, at the back end of the innings. 4 overs left. Jones to Searle. She plays this through the covers. Kelsey Adams will need to work really hard, and she does. Puts her body on the line there and manages to save the boundary. The batters come through for 2, and really excellent work on the boundary there by Adams.
And that's the 50 partnership. Wonderful partnership.
Off just 40 balls. And that really is great. They've been accelerating nicely. When Van der Schijf came in, the intent rose significantly. Played off the legs there by Searle. They're looking for the second, but choosing not to take on the arm of the very experienced ex-international captain, Danae van Niekerk. Cover sweeper, long off, long on, and cow corner on the boundary. She goes outside that off stump, plays it straight to Caitlin Weingard, who misses it completely, and that goes out to the boundary. Tatum LaRue collects it, but they manage to come through for 2. Really disappointing from the young fast bowler there. She hasn't had the best time in the field. She dropped a catch earlier on. She dropped Mapangula when she was on 14. Could have changed the course of the innings.
Yeah, they've had a few fumbles, haven't they, Western Province?
They're definitely not at their best in the field.
Oh, reaching for that one.
Not given wide there by the umpire.
She's not impressed.
Not impressed at all. Christelle van der Schijf to throw hands at that one. But umpire Jones deciding against giving the wide. She goes wide outside the off stump and is left alone by Van der Schijf, who was expecting the wide to be given.
The umpire moved arms, I think, was thinking the wide was coming.
Sometimes to correct your previous decision, you do give a ball that isn't always wide, that extra run. She goes closer to that off stump there, and that's better from Leah Jones as it's just played out to mid-off for 1. That ends the 47th with that single. 210, 3 overs left, that 220 mark really on the cards now. Slight confusion here in the middle As it does look like Tatum LaRue will be taking the ball again. She has got 2 overs left, 8 overs, 39 runs, just 1 wicket for her, that early wicket. Excellent ball that she bowled to Gandhi Jafta. That was caught by Babette de Leeuw behind the stumps. Just a slight field change for Van der Schyf as a square leg goes out onto the boundary. So 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. Van Niekerk at square leg, Adams at cow corner, Weingard at long on, and then just the one on the off side on the boundary, Olusegun is at long off. Everyone else in the ring. No one in the ring on the leg side in front of the bat. So Searle looks to go through the covers. Smith collects it. Van der Schyf is on strike. LaRue pulls the length back and it's edged and taken by De Leeuw. Christelle Van der Schyf played an excellent cameo. She goes for 34, but she batted really, really well to support Robin Searle, her opener. And she goes for 34 runs, Christelle Van der Schyf. That's 210 for 6 in the 48th. 47.2 overs gone. But excellent there from the 20-year-old.
Yeah, she really gave the innings good impetus.
She came out with a lot of intent, looked to hit the ball cleanly on the ground, and when she needed to, she did go airborne. But really good from her, risk-free kind of cricket, but with really good intent. That brings to the crease Kaylee Tapp, changing the order again as Tapp comes ahead of Maharaj. Tapp usually does have slightly more intent than the right-arm off-spinner. Of course, Kaylee Tapp is a left-handed batter, so this will cause some time restraint as fields need to change for the left and right hand combination. Cow corner is out, long on, long off, and cover sweeper. There's a short fine leg, a mid wicket, an extra cover, a point, and a short third man for Kaylee Tapp. Lots of experience for Kaylee Tapp. She played a lot of her cricket at the Dolphins as she was growing up, and subsequently moved to the Titans in the last 7 years. She goes up, but it will fall short of long off, and she gets the single to put the in-form batter on strike.
I think that's important now with the wicket just falling. The more deliveries that Robin Searle can take, the better.
Definitely just 15 balls left in the innings. Tatum LaRue going right arm over to Searle, keeping it the same as it has been. Just Kaylee Tapp choosing to stand on the bowler's side of the pitch. Ooh. Good hand there by LaRue off her own bowling as she prevents that single from being taken. 14 balls left in the innings, 2 from the over. Searle on strike on 88. Cover sweeper, long off, long on, and cow corner. Everybody else up in the ring. Searle goes hard through that extra cover region. Seo does hard work. She gets to the ball, but they come back for the second as she does find herself on her knees when she wants to throw the ball in. That's
good running, yeah.
Really good running, but also really good work on the boundary here from Seo at long off, as she had to cover a lot of ground to get to that ball. Full toss outside the off stump, and Searle just misjudging it completely, throwing hands and unable to get any bat on it. She's correcting herself, saying she needed to go over extra cover, and that brings the end of the 48th. 12 balls left in the innings, 213 with Searle on 90 and Kaylee Tapp joining her. Just one to her name. Leah Jones will continue from the Kelvin Grove end. Kaylee Tapp, the left-hander, on strike against Leah Jones. Just fixing the field here. Leah Jones, last over. She's managed her bowlers really nicely with both pace bowlers in the form of herself and Tate and LaRue. 1 over left, 2 overs left of the game. 1 over each to them. The left-hander, cover sweeper, long off, long on and cow corner. Tapp goes into the covers. That goes straight to Sio. They go through for the single, which gets Robin Searle on strike. Just 10 needed to reach that century mark. 11 balls.
This is a very important over now, the penultimate over.
Leah Jones bowling really good here in the death overs. She has been bowling a full at the stumps to the right-handers when Christelle van der Schyff was in with Robin Searle. Moving Alusio to a square mid-wicket rather than that straighter cow corner that we've seen in the previous overs. Searle takes the quick single to mid-wicket. There's a shy at the stumps, but she makes it home in time and Caitlin Weingard collects it on the overthrow. Slightly risky single, but necessary to rotate the strike when there's so few balls left in the innings.
And that can put pressure on the fielder as well.
Yeah, and it did. Mangele with a slight fumble. Jones into Tapp. She goes at the stumps there and Tapp manages to squeeze it out. Searle's looking for the second and she comes back. That's excellent running from the opener there. The throw goes back to the keeper from Tatum LaRue, but Kaylee Tapp manages to get home safely. Searle knew that she wanted to, as it wasn't hit that hard out to that long on region.
And she's into the 90s. I'm sure she won't be thinking about the century though.
No, definitely not. She'll be looking to get her team to that 200 mark. There's a chance at a run out on the non-striker's end. She put a dive in, but unfortunately Robin Searle unable to make it back. That's excellent work there from Leah Jones, who managed to collect the ball and throw it at the non-striker's end stumps. The direct hit. And
that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, really unfortunate from Robin Searle. And that's the end of her opening batter, who was the anchor through the innings. She had a wonderful go out there in the middle. She goes for 91. That partnership of 7 comes to an end. Just 9 balls short of the innings. That brings it to the middle. Paulina Mashishi. Yeah, really unfortunate for her. At 90 run mark. She hasn't been able to convert anything into a century at provincial cricket in South Africa. She has a high score of 147 in List A cricket that she got 2 seasons ago for the Typhoons when she plays in Ireland during their summer. But that 100 mark she hasn't yet been able to get.
Still a fantastic knock though.
Yeah, wonderful innings from her. Tapp faces Jones. It's a full toss and she goes out to that mid-off region. And they'll get a single for that. 7 balls left in the innings. Mashishi on strike. Mashishi is very capable of hitting through the line of the ball. And she hits it. There's a top edge. Caitlin Weingard is underneath it and manages to catch it safely. So that is a golden duck there for Paulina Mashishi. Isn't able to get off the mark, but she did have to go at it. She has got a lot of experience, not necessarily with the bat, but she was the player of the season for the Fidelity Titans last season for her work with the ball. She's a right arm off spinner, so I'm sure she will be looking to come back nicely after her early dismissal with the bat, with the ball. And Lesedi Medisha, the youngster from Hammanskraal in Pretoria, coming in to bat. She will join Kaylee Tapp. She won't be on strike, of course, as it was the end of the 49th. 218 for 8. 6 balls left with Kaylee Tapp on strike to Tatum LaRue. That also ended the skipper's spell. 10 overs, 1 wicket for 50 runs. Of course, in that 49th over, she got 2 wickets, the run out, which doesn't go on to her bowling figures, but the catch at extra cover by Caitlin Weingart does. So 1 wicket to the Western Province skipper. Tatum LaRue staying right arm over the wicket to the left-hander Kaylee Tapp. She's got cow corner, long on, long off, and cover sweeper. Tapp goes straight. She's looking for the second. Medisha will turn quickly, but decides against it. A slight fumble there from Sio, but it didn't make a difference in the end. Medisha will be on strike here. 5 balls left in the innings. That run rate just climbing slightly. 4.5 to the over throughout the innings.
It's been a good end so far for Western Province.
LaRue to Medisha, who plays this out to mid-off, and that's a good effort by Mangele, who dives to her right from extra cover to try and stop the single. But Medisha gets off strike quickly and takes him to that 220 mark that we've been speaking about.
I think they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah. At one stage it didn't look too possible, but they managed to build really good partnerships.
That was the key, yeah.
Tap goes across the line and it's collected at square leg. There's a chance for a run out, but a poor throw in the end by Rivka Iso. 3 balls left in the innings, 221. Both Kaylee Tapp and Lesedi Medisha rotating the strike nicely. LaRue goes back over length on that off stump line, and that is really well bowled. Lesedi Medisha not able to get that off the square.
A dot in the final over, priceless.
Yeah, definitely. Just 2 balls to go. Every single run counts. But for the bowling team, the dot balls definitely help in their campaign to restrict the runs. Medisha goes hard through the covers, and that's a wonderful drive. She beats point and cover, and that races away for 4. Every single run counts, and she manages to add 5 to the score, to add 4 to the scoreboard, which takes the total up to 225. Just 1 ball left in the innings, and Tatum LaRue really just drifting a bit too far away from the line that she would have liked to bowl. Medisha goes into the covers again, and there's a fumble, but a good piece of fielding. They go for the second. There's a chance at the run out, but it's missed by LaRue. There's an overthrow. Medisha wants the third, but Tapp just too far after the effort of finishing the second run, and that was a really entertaining, exciting finish there from the Fidelity Titans and from the Western Province women's team, who managed to hold on to it really nicely in the end with those wickets towards the end of the innings. 227 for the Fidelity Titans for the loss of 8 wickets. So Western Province, the World Sports Betting Western Province ladies team, will need 228 runs to win. And there will be a bit of a lunch break now for about 40 minutes. half an hour. Corrected, thank you, James. And they will be rolling the pitch probably, or just fixing up the crease. And we will see you in about, or you will hear from us again in 30 minutes.
Right.
And we've got to go upstairs for lunch. Great. Thank you so much, Fatima,
Thank you.
for coming through.
Thank you so much. Jenna, it was lovely to meet you.
Yeah, it was good.
Hopefully see you again sometime.
Yeah, maybe. I like the mother city.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. No, it was good. Thank you for having me.
Great, you could be here. So.
It's great to get a bit more experience.
You must be confident. You can do it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just not leading.
You can.
Let's go.
You definitely can.
Yeah, right.
Right, James.
Thank
I
you
will
so
see
much.
again
Thank you.
hopefully
Yeah.
soon.
Yes, hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be good, yeah.
Cool.
We've
Keep
got
well.
some men's cricket this coming weekend, so
Excellent.
good. Yeah. they were going to open with. Okay. Okay, let's go. Welcome back to World Sports Betting Newlands, and we are about to see the start of the World Sports Betting Western Province's reply to the Fidelity Titans 227 for 8. And it's Kaylee Tapp on her way in to bowl to Babette de Leeuwen. And that's just left alone outside the off stump is Babette de Leeuwen, and I think it's Alut Lesio that is opening with her. Is indeed. So
Kaylee Tapp hasn't featured too much for the Titans in terms of her right arm medium pace, but today could change that.
Experienced campaigner, Kaylee Tapp. Oh, that's really well played by Babette de Leeuwen, slightly short from Kaylee Tapp, and that is, she's onto that really like a flash, and just bouncing to the left of the fielder, who looks like she's hurt herself down there. Is that
Van der
Scaife, is it?
Yeah, Christelle van der Scaife. She had a bit of a hamstring strain problem while she was busy batting with Robin Saw towards the back end of the batting innings, and that could just be the problem.
Yeah, let's hope that it's nothing too serious for her. She's getting that stretched out a bit there. She went to her left to go and collect that ball. It was in the air for some time, just bouncing before it went over the rope. I don't know if she was fully in control of that shot, de Leeuwen, but ended up being, well, going down to the boundary for 4, and it gets the Western Province reply to this total of 227 for 8 underway. And
not the best start here for Fidelity Titans.
It was also from a Western Province point of view, they didn't have the best start with the ball, particularly Caitlin Weingard. And that one is going to be signalled wide by umpire Wilma Jones. She has been reasonably generous in terms of the wide line, but that one was wide and moving away a little bit. As you said in the first innings there, Jenna, that's just, there is a bit of a slope here. You can see it on the pitch. It is the last wicket that they're playing on the square, preserving the other wickets for later in the season. And that's much better from Kaylee Tapp. And yeah, there will be plenty of cricket happening here in the months to come. There's a 4-day game taking place next weekend. It's going to be World Sports Betting Western Province against the Knights, and it's a very important game next weekend, and then a 1-day international and a test match here. Again, good bowling.
And Kaylee Tapp just tightening up after a little bit of a wayward start from her with the ball. She's really holding on to that off-stump line quite nicely. She does need to be quite tight into Babette de Leeuwen, because we know that she likes to free her hands through the offside.
Yes, Babette de Leeuwen, who's playing now for a few seasons here in the Western Cape for Western Province. As you say, the wicket keeper and batter for the women's Netherlands team. She's played 55 List A games, 52 innings, and scored 1,416 runs with the best score of 78 and an average of 28.32. She's got 9 50s and yet to record a century in this particular version of the game. Nicely behind that, but again, it doesn't seem like there's anything much on offer from a movement point of view for the fast bowler. Just the one that was out wide outside the off stump that went away from the right-hander. That's the end of the first over, and it's 5 without loss.
And just a little bit more on Babette de Leeuwen. She's had a really good 2 weekends prior to this against the Lions She managed to score 44 of 27 in the 20 over. Didn't feature too much in the 50, but then last weekend against the Knights, she managed to get herself a half century, 53 of 80 balls, and that was really decent from her. Oh, she didn't actually. My eyes are deceiving me. She got 48 off 78, so just missing that half century mark. She'll be looking to convert that sometime in the near future.
And a good innings for her at the beginning of the season at home. Well, that one had a lot of shape in to the right-handed Luklesio. And some good bowling there from, really did have a lovely amount of shape into the right-hander.
Yeah, the youngster Lesedi Medisha coming for the Fidelity Titans from the Weinberg end. She does get a lot of shape in the air into the right-hander batter. At club cricket we say, here comes the banana bowler. Okay, well there we go. She certainly did have that, and that one again, just even though it's short of a length, just coming into the right-hander. So it's a bit shorter stature, but for shortish run-up, but seems to generate a nice amount of pace. And it's going to be important here, isn't it, for the Titans, Fidelity Titans ladies to start well in this bowling effort. That's a very good delivery, and how that missed the stumps. I don't know how it missed the stumps. That is unfortunately not able to be cut off. It looks like it's been given as runs, so maybe that was why it missed the stumps. There was just a small something on it, inside edge, that took it past that leg stump. That was an excellent delivery into the block hole, and Luklesio, I think she can consider herself very lucky to still be there. She gets a fortuitous boundary there down the just down the leg side of straight. Now they're moving the fine leg around straighter, which that also a lot of shape into the right-hander. Gonna have to make the most of this while she's got that opportunity with the ball. You say banana bowl, that sounds right to me. At the moment it really is getting some lovely shape. If she can get that pitched up, she could be causing a lot of trouble here. That one she started just a little bit too wide. Yeah, she's only 17 years old, is Lesedi Medisha, so fantastic. A lot of young, raw talent that she has. And I think the band of players that are coming up in that 16, 17-year-old age group, that so a lot of them are playing part of the under-19, SA under-19 set up in India. That band of players is really up and coming with a lot of talent. Yeah, there's some really, as you say, some massive talent there in that particular age group. And you were speaking about one of those players earlier on, Gemma Buerta, who's also just 17 and already played in that under-19 World Cup last year, and we're going to another World Cup this coming year. And she does have a lot of talent, both with the bat and with the ball, and she certainly has shown that. Karabo Meso, who's just been so incredible, getting her debut for the senior South African team as well, and real live wire behind the stumps, and just having got her first 100 in 50 over cricket for the Lions as well, so a real talent with the bat as well. And that's just to name two of them, and there's so many more that are coming through. We see them in these women's Hollywoodbets Pro50s and Pro20s, which is fantastic for them to get this exposure. And that's very good from Kaylee Tapp. And the more these young players come up and play professional women's cricket at this level, the higher their standards will become, and that will increase the quality of cricket throughout the country. Yeah, and I mean, it's really good to see. If you look at some of the average ages perhaps of the teams around the country, very young, and now they do have an opportunity to build a career in cricket. This once again very good from Kaylee Tapp, as just defended back down the wicket by Babette de Leerde. I think it's good from both aspects there, batting and bowling, just making sure that she builds an innings here.
you say she's already got she got a 69 in that match against the Knights here in the first game that they played, and they'll be looking to her today certainly to get a good innings. And that 48 that she got last weekend as well in that winning chase against the Knights. It was World Sports Betting Western Province that scored 222 for 5. But good contributions there. Laura Goodall getting a 50 in that match. Danae van Niekerk getting a 31. She's had a couple of 30s already this season, Danae. Yeah, it's been a very good over here from Kaylee Tapp so far. Absolutely nothing for the batters to hit at all.
Yeah, really disciplined, and I think just speaking about a little bit more about Danae van Niekerk, even if she isn't scoring runs and converting those 30s into 50s, she's so valuable to have to mentor the players around her, having her at training, having her in the middle with a player who is still learning and still willing to listen and gain experience from her is so important.
Absolutely, and it was really good, and I'll just cover that after this ball. That's well played by De Leerde, and it is going to be very, very well cut off down here by that's not Medisha, is it?
Jafta.
There's Jafta down here at third, and she comes around very nicely and prevents it going to the boundary, so she saves 2 runs there. Just a little bit of width on offer then that time from Kaylee Tapp. So I was just going to say that in chatting with Leah Jones when we had her on commentary for the men's game, on the last men's games here, just chatting to her about Danae van Niekerk and the difference that she brings to the team. It was very interesting. It's another very good delivery from Kaylee Tapp. That just 2 off that over. It's 11 without loss after 3. And she was saying that to have that experience, and for her as well as a captain, because she's learning her trade as a captain, and she's certainly done a very good job for Western Province over this in this season, previous season, as the captain, and being such a young captain, to have somebody like Danae van Niekerk who is able to help out on the field and, as you say, in training as well, and it really is fantastic. And we all hope that for Danae's sake as well, this is the chance for her to potentially, if she can, get back into the fold and see how she can progress, maybe even into an international playing again. That's nicely driven by Alutlesio.
Yeah, and the same can be said about the Titans setup with the captaincy being taken over by Masabata Klaas. She did an interview where she said something similar.
Yeah, good delivery again. It's been impressive here from Lesedi Medisha so far. Getting that ball to really move in nicely to the right-handed batter. Yeah, Masabata Klaas, so experienced, really, really great for her to be able to bring that experience to bear and guide the youngsters. That is down the leg side that time. I think Sia will feel she missed out there. An opportunity to perhaps play that one through the mid-wicket region if she doesn't make contact. And Masabata Klaas, such an experienced campaigner, and remember seeing her take was actually commentating on digital radio, and she took a hat-trick in a T20 against Pakistan.
Yeah, so in that interview she was saying that she was really enjoying leading this young Titans team because there were so many young, impressionable fast bowlers that she has been able to have an impact on, especially now looking at Lesedi Medisha, practicing in the same setup and in the same environment that Klaas is in.
Yeah, and once again she bowls a very, very good delivery into the pads of Seo, and she can't get it away. It's been an excellent over. No runs so far off it. Yeah, and you've got youngsters like this, and that you, as you say, you can really give them the benefit of having somebody like Masabata class. That one is wide outside the off stump, and umpire Nell signals wide. First one that she's really been. There was one in the previous over, I think, it was just a little bit wide as well. That one just outside the line of off stump, just a little bit too wide. And I've been impressed with her so far. And that is the wicket, exactly what she was looking for. That is a brilliant delivery, and she plays all around that one, does Olutulesio. Plays outside the line of it, and it goes on, and that's what I call a Simone, when that goes, that stump goes cartwheeling down. It's exactly what you want to see as a fast bowler, is to see the stumps cartwheeling, as it is the first wicket to fall for the World Sports Betting Western Province, and it is Olutulesio who was sent up to open, and she has to go clean bowled by Lesedi Madisha, and she scored just the 4, that one boundary that she got off that inside edge down to fine leg, and it is going to be Kelsey Adams coming out to bat at number 3. It's the end of the 4th over, and it's 12 for 1.
Yeah, that was excellent there from Madisha. She'd been holding on to that line just on that off stump for so many balls, and then she bowled that wide outside the off stump and came back in with a correction, and really just swinging the ball in and then off the seam as well, straight off the wicket here at Newlands. And that was really wonderful from the young seam bowler, and she'll be very pleased with that. A really wonderful celebration as well, pure joy, as you said, as she saw the wicket tumbling and doing somersaults behind Olutulesio. But yeah, it will need to be backed up now by the bowler from the other end.
Yeah, and it has been Kaylee Tapp. She's been bowling well from the Kelvin Grove end. Very accurate in the previous over when she only conceded the 2 runs. So just the 1 run in that over from Madisha, and she just off the wide and getting the wicket of Olutulesio. Beautiful delivery, shaping into the right-hander. She just played all around it, and lost one of her stumps as a result of that. So it's tapped now into Deleda. That's nicely played. It's well stopped in the covers. And that is looks like it's Katie Pryor, is it, in the covers?
Yeah, Tiani van der Heevel.
Oh, so I got that wrong. Van der Heevel. I do apologise. We'll get there. It's really well done. Diving off to her right-hand side.
Yeah, good start in the field. There's lots of chatter out in the middle from the Fidelity Titans, especially with after the fall of the wicket there from Madisha. Lots of energy, lots of excitement. Yeah,
there was a good amount of chatter before then, and it's certainly keeping it going. Important to keep that atmosphere going. Another good delivery from Tapp. It's been a very good start here for the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, just looking at the rate that they currently have achieved, 2.8 to the over, and the required rate is 4.7. The Fidelity Titans can bowl as many dot balls as possible up front. That required rate will increase and increase.
Yeah, and this first 10 overs is very important, and quite often that the teams are not able to take the advantage of having just the 2 fielders out, the batting team not able to perhaps take advantage of that. You don't see that many shots in this type of cricket that going over the top in these first 10 overs. It's more really trying to see off the initial pace bowlers and maybe any kind of movement that there might be on the ball. And that's just off the inside half of the bat as she goes forward, Deleda. So 2 balls left in the over, and no runs off it so far. It's been another excellent over from the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, just talking about batting in the power play, there are very few players in the country at provincial level that can accelerate up front, and one of those, the only one I can actually think of, is Tasman Brits.
Yeah.
Who's actually capable of clearing the inner ring early on.
Yeah, and another very good delivery from Tap. Yes, you're right. I mean, she was and has been able to do that when she's played. I mean, she doesn't go and play in any of the leagues around the world, so she does have the opportunity to come back and play in both the 50 over Hollywoodbets Pro 50 and the Hollywoodbets Pro 20 for now the Lions that she's playing for. And certainly last season, top run scorer in the Hollywoodbets Pro 50. That's another excellent delivery from Kaylee Tapp. And that's a maiden over bowled by the Titans pace bowler. And it's 12 for 1 after 5. So just batting at 2.4 and over. And it'll be Kelsey Adams will be placing her first ball from Lesedi Madisha. Going to be bowling her swing in swingers to the right-handed Adams. Kelsey Adams, who had a pretty good season last year, 98 runs, an average of 16.3. Was a good. Was it Sarah Smith? Oh, it is Sarah, not Kelsey. Okay. So apologies for that. It is yeah, Sarah Smith who's come in. Looking at the scoreboard. That one is a little bit slightly wide outside the off stump, but still getting that shape in. Smith just leaves that one alone.
Yeah, Sarah Smith has had a bit of a go with the Proteas as well back in 2018 before she was dropped out of that squad.
Yeah, she played in I think 1 or 2 T20 internationals, and there she has a go at that one, which she plays underneath the ball on that occasion. Was a little bit wider, but certainly not able to get anywhere near that delivery. And so her numbers, will give those to you now. Sarah Smith last season had a good season, 196 runs with a high score of 84. An average of 32.66 in the season last season. And her overall numbers, she played 27 List A games, 25 innings, 317 runs, and an average of 15. No, sorry, I've got the wrong person there. I'll tell you now. That's another very good delivery from Madisha. Smith, 67 matches, 58 innings, 1,206 runs with a high score of 102. An average of 26.8, and she's hit 1 century and 4 50s with a strike rate of 60.2. So certainly is a very important batter for Western Province in this particular innings. And that one is just a little bit too wide this time. Not getting quite as much shape on the ball as she was earlier on. It's signalled wide, that one, from umpire Vimpinel. I think there's a tendency sometimes to try too hard, isn't there? When you know things have been going well for you, and just needs to do what she was doing first up. That one down the leg side this time. I think we saw that earlier on with Caitlin Weingart. She was just trying too hard to get the ball in the right area and conceded some significant wides in her first over. I think it's just to go back to what was working for her, just to go back to the basics, not try too hard, just try and get it in the right spot. Certainly Sarah Smith not looking that comfortable at the moment. And that one is still a bit of shape away on that one. So has the ball that can go both ways, which is very good. It gives her an opportunity to just sort of set the batter up a little bit, maybe keep bowling the ones that, bowl a few of the ones that go away and get the one to come back into the right-hander. And that, again, she's done well to get that one just into the block hole of Smith, and it's just the 2 runs off the over from the wides. It's 14 for 1 after 6. So really impressive what we're seeing here from Lesedi Madisha. And I'm sure that her captain, Katie Pryor, will be very happy with the effort so far from both her opening bowlers. It's 14 for 1, to say, after 6 overs.
Yeah, with that achieved rate of 2.3, just forcing that required rate to get closer and closer to 5 on the over. So Kaylee Tapp will be looking to duplicate her previous over, which was a maiden.
Yeah, it's nicely bowled. Just tickled into the leg side where Madisha does the fielding from mid-wicket. And she's got just the 1 slip, and there's a third in position. We've got a point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. So it's a 6-3 offside leg side field. You've got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fielder at fine leg. And it's, I think it's the right type of field this time of the day. With the Oh, that's beautifully picked up from Babette de Leerde. It was too short from Kaylee Tapp. The first time, apart from that ball in the first over, that she's actually dropped it a little bit short. And there's no protection out there in the deep. And she takes full toll of that short delivery. And it's a very good shot from de Leerde. Moves her to 10. It's 18 for 1.
And it wasn't really even that short.
No.
She just saw the slight drop in the length and immediately was on the back foot playing that across the line. And that's wonderful. That's showing that she's watching the ball out of the hand of the bowler and that she is ready to take on any bad ball that comes her way.
And that now has brought a change in the field. They've taken the slip out. And I think one shot there just from a ball that was slightly short of a length is perhaps doesn't justify that. Let's see what happens now. And that one, she just edges, and she's fortunate not to play that onto the stumps. Comes it down in the front of us here to Rasika Maharaj. Rasika, I'm looking forward to seeing her bowl a bit later. Took 5 for last week in that match against the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, I think it was, at Groenkloof.
Yeah, she did. She bowled 7 overs, 527 is Rasika Maharaj.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been a lot of turn on show here at Newlands, especially in the first innings. But then again, we didn't see a lot of swing up front either, and Madisha has proved that wrong. So anything is possible as the day goes on.
Yeah, it's just straight delivery there to Sarah Smith. She's just able to play it into the mid-wicket region. Yeah, I think it's going to take it. Sarah Smith's not looking that comfortable at the moment. She's going to need to just try and bat for as long as possible. She hasn't had that many opportunities this season. We know she's very capable with the bat. And that one's played into the cover region, and some excellent work done there in the covers by Mapangula. From her position at point, she comes across. It's really well done. It's prevented probably at least 2 there. So they go through for the single. That is Smith now off the mark with that single. So it has been a better over so far for World Sports Betting Western Province. Yeah, and they do bring the square leg back in for Babette de Leerde. That's fuller of length, just played nicely to mid-off, and there's no run. So it's 20 for 1 now after 7.
Just looking at that excellent piece of fielding at the point region by Mapangula, and I thought immediately of the catch that she took in the 50 over against the Lions earlier on in the season. She was at cow corner, went overhead, one-handed catch, almost fell over the boundary, but managed to regain her balance. And one of the best fielders, in my opinion, that is out in the women's setup at the moment at provincial level.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, to be able to have that athleticism, very important, as you were saying earlier on, Jenna. That's very, very nicely bowled again with a lovely in shape into Sarah Smith by Madisha. Excellent stuff here from the youngster. And it's becoming something that, as a from a women's cricket point of view, certainly if you were to have looked at women's cricket, if, I didn't say 5 years ago, certainly you would not have seen this kind of standard of fielding. And that's again a good stop in the covers, and they just still go through for the single. It was played into the gap, and the fielder coming around, I think that is who is that there? Is that this Katie Pryor came around from her position at extra cover and fielded that one. It will be Babette de Leerde facing up to Madisha for the first time in the innings, and we're into her 4th over already. It's going to be interesting to see how she deals with this, de Leerde. Just defensively forward. She looks like she's trying to just build an innings here for Babette de Leerde. We saw from the first innings this morning and how well Robin Searle played in terms of her building that innings. Eventually, unfortunately for her, run out for 91 in the second last over of the innings, so she batted for 48 overs and some number of deliveries. It was an outstanding innings from her. That is down the leg side. Once again, she just had a couple of those that she just let slip down the leg side. She's been very good generally. Sadie Madisha getting that ball to shape in beautifully into the right-hander. That's her standard delivery, is it, Jenna? And the one that goes away is just sort of the variation she's got. It's played to the right of the fielder at square leg, and they're coming back for 2, and they should make it easily, and they do.
Yeah, just a slight fumble there at square leg from Pura Andre. She did well to get a hand to it, but unable to recover well and prevent the second run from happening. But good running in the same breath from the Western Province batters.
Yeah, I think they assessed that it was still going to take her some time to get to the ball, but it was good, sharp running between these two. And that's very nicely played by Babette de Leerde. That is going to go to the boundary, to the left of the fielder at fine leg, and just straying onto the legs that time. And she does manage to get something on this and picks up her 3rd boundary of the innings. She moved to 17, 28 for 1, just straying a little bit that time, again down the leg side.
All her boundaries have been in that square leg mid-wicket region, playing across the line, been slightly hesitant outside the off stump.
And that's another one down the leg side. She misses it this time, another wide. So it's been the most expensive over from Madisha so far. She's been so good up until this point. Maybe she's just striving a little bit too much for that. Just started a little bit outside the off stump. We saw that with that fantastic wicket of Seal, and that's much better. Nicely played by de Leerde down to Van den Heerfel at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 29 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, she struggled to control the swing in that over, just going over 2 straight. Managed to just bowl a bad ball, which cost her 4 runs in the over, and then a couple of wides down the leg side as well. And it'll be interesting to see whether she's replaced from the Weinberg end. And
yeah, it would be interesting, because I think it would be a bit tough for her to be taken off, because I think she's shown that with the new ball she's got the ability to get that swing into and away from the right-hander, and she probably deserves another over. She'd only be going for 4 and over. That last over was a bit of an anomaly. She's been bowling exceptionally well, as has Kaylee Tapp. 4 overs, 0 for 13. She's in towards us now to Sarah Smith. Smith will just play that into the leg side, and Madisha picks up at mid-wicket.
And that's really great awareness there from the Western Province batters. They saw that Lesedi Madisha at mid-wicket was hanging quite back within the 30-yard circle, and that maybe on the back foot slightly weight back behind her. And Sarah Smith, excellent there, rotating the strike expertly.
Yeah, I think it is going to be important for them just to pick up the singles when they are available. We saw there was some good running in the Fidelity Titans innings as well. And yeah, they've moved taken the slip out again for Babette de Leeuwen. Catherine Pryor, I think it is, that's now in at square leg.
A little bit reactive as both shots that were played through that region were off poor deliveries.
Yeah, and you sense, I mean, Kaylee Tapp is really targeting more that off-stump line. Certainly wouldn't want to go through the slip region. Now, again, it's into the leg side. This is going to be a much sharper run, but they are safely there. Sarah Smith taking off quickly, so that was well done again. Good fielding out there at mid-wicket by Madisha, but they can't prevent the single.
Yeah, perhaps a direct hit would have made the difference there. But I do think that Sarah Smith took off quite well, took off quickly. And that is often where the run out is made or not in those first 5 steps when you're taking off the mark. And she came off quickly from the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think she might have been in a bit of trouble had that hit directly. That's once again good from Kaylee Tapp. It's outside the line of the off stump. She's got that ring field on the offside. And if you're not going to hit that firmly through that offside field, it's certainly not going to be a run.
Yeah, and with the away swing that Kaylee Tapp is managing to get, even though it is slight, there is a bit of a breeze across the wicket.
Yeah.
With Katie Pryor in that slip position, she definitely doesn't want to be throwing hands outside the off stump.
And she does this time, but that's excellent fielding once again by Mapangula at point. She just picks that one up beautifully. And that was hit with some force by Sarah Smith. But excellent pair of hands out there. Mochalang Mapangula played a handy innings earlier on today in that batting effort of the Fidelity Titans. She got to 24 before she tried to play one over the top. Oh, that is up in the air. Katie Pryor's underneath it. Will she? No, she doesn't settle herself under that one, unfortunately, and she is very, very disappointed with herself that she didn't take that catch. Just wasn't in a position to take it, though, unfortunately. It was too far away from those hands and just went through the hands. Sarah Smith can count herself exceptionally lucky with that one. Trying to play a ball across the line. It wasn't perhaps short enough to play the shot. Got the top edge, and it was Katie Pryor running back from her position at slip who just didn't manage to take that catch. And are we going to see a change of bowling? I think we are going to see a change of bowling now. Yeah. It's going to be Rasika Maharaj.
Yeah, Rasika Maharaj with her right arm off spin.
Okay.
And it's exciting to see her. She had a wonderful weekend last weekend at Groenkloof Oval against the Hollywoodbets Dolphins in the 50 over in the Pro50. She got 5 wickets for 27 in her 7, the leading run wicket taker for the Fidelity Titans. And then she came back really nicely in the T20 as well. She got 3 for 26 in her 4. So excellent work from her. Yeah. She's definitely a player in form. She, just like Kaylee Tapp, spent a lot of the beginning of her career playing for the KZN Dolphins, and has spent some time in India as well, learning the trade of off-spin, coaching some cricket that side as well, and now has returned playing for the Titans for her first season with the Titans, and really has made a good, exciting impact for them.
She's away from us here at the Weinberg end, and that's played into the covers. It's fielded by Madisha, and there is no run. So yes, she's quite an experienced campaigner, 57 matches She's got 83 wickets in those 57 List A matches. That's nicely played, but once again, it's well fielded there by Kaylee Tapp. She just gets her body right behind it and stops any thought of a run. That's played down the ground. It's going to beat the fielder, unfortunately, at mid-off, and that was perhaps just could have been potentially cut out. Paulina Mashishi coming around there from mid-off, and she's not able to stop it, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. So that's is Sarah Smith's first boundary in her innings. Just played it down the ground, getting to the pitch of the ball. She's been playing the ball quite forcefully already this over, Sarah Smith. That's again very, very nicely played into the cover region, and it's fielded on the second attempt by Madisha. She's tossing them up very nicely, isn't she? Just that was a bit shorter this time. Same result there, through to Madisha in the covers.
Yeah, really slow through the air. She forces the batters to create their own power behind the ball.
Yeah, Sarah Smith very compact in terms of how she plays, and she can play the ball very, very forcefully and square the wicket particularly. And so just the 4 off that over from Maharaj, and it's the end of the power play at 36 for the loss of 1. And if we just look at by comparison, it was the Fidelity Titans who were 41 for 1 after 10 overs after the power play. That's World Sports Betting Western Province 36 for 1, and the player that's lost their wicket, Lutlesio, was promoted to open the batting with Babette de Lira. She was bowled by Madisha. Beautiful delivery that swung in from outside the off stump and played down the wrong line, did Sio, and she was clean bowled. Beautiful delivery there from the Seri Madisha. Kay Tapp continuing from the Kelvin Grove end.
Tapp's been so consistent on that off stump line, and she has slightly attacked the stumps on the rare occasion, and that is potentially why Katie Pry has come out of the slips for Babette de Lira.
Yeah, I would have probably kept her in there maybe for until the end of Katie Tapp's first spell, while there's still something perhaps happening with the ball. Yeah, it's another good delivery from Kaylee Tapp. She is targeting, isn't she, that top of off stump line. Really good from her.
Yeah, and the length that she's bowling has got both Babette de Lira and Sarah Smith kind of not sure whether they should be on the back foot or the front foot, which is an excellent length to be bowling, especially to an opening batter.
It's exactly what you want. You want to make sure you keep them guessing. And very much then, she's been working on defending it almost from the crease, de Lira. And that's just straying down the leg side. No chance of a run there. Pryers through quickly from square leg. Yeah, and it's so into the first over after the power play, and still just the 2 fielders outside the ring, and one at third and the other one at fine leg. So trying to just keep the pressure on, which I think is a good thing here for the Fidelity Titans. Oh, that one, she has a swing at it outside the off stump. She would so easily there have got the edge to that one, taken behind by Robin Searle. Haven't been very many that have got through to Searle at the wicket keeper. So it just goes to show how much Kaylee Tapp has been making the batter play. And the same could be said of what Madisha in her spell. It's been really good from the opening bowlers. That's nicely played, straight to mid-off. That is Paulina Mashishi in there at mid-off.
Yeah, I think the Sarah Smith kind of drop catch that happened in the previous over, I'm going to call it a drop catch, was slightly lazy from Paulina Mashishi, just unable to move quickly enough, to walk in hard enough potentially to take it. 50-50 chance.
Yeah. Another one outside the off stump. That's an excellent over from Kaylee Tapp. It's a maiden over, and that's her 6th on the trot, and she's bowled 6 overs now, 0 for 16, which is excellent bowling from her. That's 36 for 1 after 11. Yeah, I think on that shot in the previous over, certainly you did feel that it was in the air for quite some time. She could perhaps have attacked it better, and in the end ended up bouncing in front of her and going through to the boundary for 4. It's going to be
another bowling change.
Yeah, I was going to say it's Paulina Mashishi going to be coming on from the Weinberg end. So just the 1 over for Rasika Maharaj, and it's going to be Mashishi who's going to be bowling from the Weinberg end of the ground. So interesting they've taken the spinner off, taken Maharaj off after 1 over. But Mashishi also spin bowler.
Yeah, Mashishi has bowled a lot in her career with a newer ball. In the beginning part of her career, she often opened the bowling with a right arm off spin.
Yeah. And she's played 85 List A matches. This is her 86th match. Is short, and it is played in through the cover region. It's going to go down to the boundary for 4, and it's just short and wide initially, and Sarah Smith gets her 2nd boundary. She moves to 12 and the total to 40. Just a bit of a loosener there, short and wide, and the fielder in the cover region couldn't make the ground to get there. That Van den Heerfel, was it, on the boundary? No, they've made a bit of a change there. They've changed the field around. Kaylee Tapp has gone down onto that deep cover boundary. Van den Heerfel comes to mid-off. Short again. It's this time played from off in front of the stumps down to the fielder at point. So there is a slip still in position. It's a 5-4 offside leg side field. She is pitching it pretty much outside the off stump at the moment. And that one is down the leg side and signalled wide. And she doesn't have any protection fine on the leg side, so she can't afford to be bowling in that region. And that's just played very nicely into the gap at cover. And they come through for the single. It's Maharaj who does the fielding from point. So I'm a bit confused as to why they took Maharaj off here, Jenna, I must say. That first over she didn't do too badly. She just got hit for the 1 boundary, the one that was in the air past the mid-off. And that is pulled by Delira. She waited for that one. And Mapangula on the boundary comes through quickly and prevents any thought of any second run. They take a single.
Mashishi not really hitting those straps as we usually expect her to.
Yeah, that's much better delivery from Mashishi there. Good length, getting Sarah Smith just to go back and defend. And, Mashishi 86 wickets in List A cricket. And that one as well, just going back and defending, and it's the end of the over. So 7 off that one. It's 12 gone. It's 43 for the loss of 1. So, Paulina Mashishi, 85 matches. She's taken 86 wickets, a best of 5 for 13 at an average of 22.89. She's got seven times she's achieved 4 wickets in an innings, and once she's achieved 5 wickets in an innings, and her economy rate throughout her career 3.21 to the over. So very good from an economy point of view, and certainly if she bowls to that today, then you would feel, if she's bowling her 10 overs for just the 32 runs that Fidelity Titans are in with a very good chance of winning this game. I certainly do feel that 227 is a very good target to set on here at Newlands, and in fact it looks like they've just changed ends for Maharaj, and that's why Mashishi came on. So she's going to be bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. So that answers our question as to why she wasn't she was taken off. She'll be bowling to Babette de Leerde. That is not that short, but it's pulled beautifully into the leg side and beats the mid-wicket fielder on the fence and goes there for 4. She just picked up the length early, rocked back and played that into the leg side. That's her 4th boundary on the leg side. Babette de Leerde very strong in that era. She moves to 23. And okay, I mean, it isn't going to bring a change to the field. I didn't think it would, but it's you wonder how long it'll be before they perhaps put that take the square leg fielder out and put her on the boundary. Pick the length quickly there, De Leerde. And that's beautifully played again into the leg side. Oh, it's a very valiant attempt on the boundary. That's that Madisha out there. And she dived, but she couldn't quite get there. And so, second one that's played into the leg side for 4, down towards the railway stand. And it's the 50 up for Western Province, and that 50 coming off 81 balls, coming after 12.2 overs. And by comparison, it was 11.3 overs for the 50 from the Fidelity Titans, and that change in field does happen now, as I thought it might, with those 2 boundaries going through the leg side. So square leg moves out to the boundary. I think forward of square will be better for Babette de Leerde. She's been playing that one in that gap between the backward square and mid-wicket. So now there's plenty of runs available on the leg side. And she sweeps that down. And they're going to take 2. It might actually go to the boundary for 4. It will. That is another excellent shot from de Leerde. She didn't get much on it at all, but it still raced down to the boundary here in front of, or to the left of us, for 4. And it's been an expensive over so far from Maharaj, changing ends.
Yeah, wonderful sweep shot there from Babette de Leerde. She was playing everything in front of square, and then tried to successfully to play behind square. She went down on the knee, knew exactly where she wanted to place it.
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether this around the wicket line is the right line to de Leerde. She's almost playing to her strengths, and she's taking, well, she may not be taking leg before wicket out of the equation, but it does make it a little bit more difficult for her. She's over the wicket now to Sarah Smith. That's nicely bowled.
A much better line there, just outside the off stump, allowing her that if the ball does spin, which it hasn't too much, will then only go onto middle and not onto leg.
Yeah, Smith's more likely to be stronger in the off, outside the off stump line, and she just doesn't, just play the one over the bowler down to mid-off for a single, the end of the over, and that one went for 14, the most expensive over of the innings so far, and it is World Sports Betting Western Province 57 for 1 after 13 overs. So they've just brought that rate up now in that over to 4.4, and by comparison very much on par with the score from Fidelity Titans. 54 for 1 they were after 13 overs. It's going to be Mashishi to continue.
One thing that I think the Western Province team did really well in the first innings was they restricted in the beginning of the over and then protected the over on the 4th, the 5th and the 6th ball by putting a sweeper out. And I do kind of feel that, especially for Paulina Mashishi, to have that fielder out on the offside gives them an easy pressure release shot just to tap it into the offside and take the single.
Yeah, they can do that into that gap, as you say, and did that in the last over, and it's this time it's played to the right of the fielder at backward point, or short 40, short third, and that's well fielded there. Not sure who that is down there.
Yeah, Gandhi Jafta doing the work there.
Yeah, she did well there to go and dive to her right, and they go through for the single. And immediately with Babette de Leerde on strike to the off spinner, there's a change in the field. Put the deep square on the boundary, and they're bringing in a short 45 on the leg side. And she does play it into the leg side, just using her feet straight to Medisha at mid-wicket. And that is, just missed there by the fielder at that short 45. It was a bit of a drag down from Paulina Mashishi, and Babette de Leerde has shown that she's been really brutal on that leg side, anything that she has in her hitting zone. And that is the 50 partnership between her and Sarah Smith, 50 coming off 62 balls. So batting at about 5 runs and over with 8 fours. She scored 30 of those, and Smith has scored 15. That's nicely played, just to the onside of straight down to the fielder at long on.
Yeah, just a slight use of the feet there by Babette de Leerde, just coming down the pitch straight, face coming down to the ball, nice and full.
Yeah, it's been better these last couple of deliveries from Mashishi. That's nicely played into the leg side, and they haven't brought up that square leg for Sarah Smith. That's the end of the Mashishi over. 7 off it. It's 64 for the loss of 1 after 14. So this has been a good partnership so far for World Sports Betting Western Province between de Leerde and Smith. Certainly was needed after they lost that wicket of Luclesio when with only 12 runs on the board. And it's actually been a very, very interesting. These 2 innings of both the Fidelity Titans and the Western Province innings, just looking at how they've gone at this stage, very similar in terms of the way that the runs have been coming, and in terms of both losing the first wicket on 12 and then putting together a 50 partnership. It's going to be Maharaj to continue. She's going to want to do better than she did in that last over. She's bowling to Sarah Smith. Smith plays that very nicely into the offside, and it's some good fielding again there. Is that Mapangula? Mm-hmm. And just throws it into Maharaj, not able to prevent the single, unfortunately. Field now very widespread for Babette de Leerde, and that's a much better line from Maharaj.
The runs and the rotation of strikers seem to be coming easy for the Western Province batters.
Yes, nicely bowled. Just seeing her coming down the wicket, just putting in that maybe a little bit faster, that one. Good delivery from her. A little bit shorter, but the line was much better. And I prefer this over the wickets to the right-hander. I'm not to de Leerde. I don't think it helped her last over going around the wicket. And that is beautifully played by de Leerde. Very deft shot. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. Will be cut off by Mapangula. Does excellent work there. And they are turning for 3, and that's good running by Sarah Smith as well. So some good cricket all round there. Excellent fielding by Mapangula to prevent that from going down to the boundary. And then 3 runs taken by Sarah Smith. That was excellent work by the Western Province batter to come back for the 3rd. But it has been a better over from Maharaj. And that will go down to long on for a single. So 69 for 1 after 15. And they are batting at on or about the run rate required at the moment. World Sports Betting Western Province.
Paulina Mashishi will continue from the Weinberg end. And as you said, James, a much better over there from Maharaj, but well taken care of by Sarah Smith especially. She managed to use soft hands to get it into the covers, to rotate the strike early on in the over, and then to come back for the third run off the guide down to the third man region by Babette Leda, which really shows she's in control. She looked a little bit shaky early on in the innings. She wasn't too certain, especially with the bowlers up front bowling with a lot of swing. But definitely comfortable against the spinners as she plays this to Pryor at extra cover for no run.
Yeah, I think she'll feel she probably missed out there in getting a single, but you're right. I think they have been rotating the strike really well, these two, and taking the singles that are on offer.
She uses her feet to come down the wicket there a bit and plays this out to the substitute fielder, Alicia Rudolph, who is on for Christelle van der Schyff. And they just go through for the single. Early on, the second ball of the innings, Christelle van der Schyff had a bit of a hamstring strain, and Alicia Rudolph came onto the field. She's so good in the field. She has excellent hands. She gets to the ball quickly. And just a field change here as we get deep backwards square leg going out to the boundary. But then square leg in the ring is on square, which isn't seen often for a spin bowler, as it's just played on that off-stump line into the covers.
It is an interesting field, isn't it? Because it's, I think what they're trying to do here is to prevent those quick singles that just played into that leg side region.
And then she is bowling that line outside the off-stump that we just saw now, and it's being forced to play into the cover region. But then they have that protection for that as well on the offside. Make too much sense. She uses her feet and plays that hard through the extra cover region, and that sweeper field on the offside is quite square, and so it beats her to the left, and that'll add 4 more to Babette Leda. She goes up to 44. It feels like she's just raced up to that 40 mark.
Yeah, that was really well played by De Leerde. All our other boundaries have come through the leg side, just getting to the pitch there and playing it beautifully, bisecting extra cover and mid-off.
She uses her feet again, this time straight back to Mashishi. It's collected off her own bowling, which ends at the end of the 16th, 74 for one, a partnership of 62, which is excellent from the WSB Western Province batters, with De Leerde on 44 and Smith on 19.
Yeah, and they've what they have done well, I think, is they've, particularly De Leerde's, sort of identified and been able to play the deliveries that sort of the poorer deliveries. She's been able to pounce on those and get the boundaries off those. She certainly was very, very severe in that one over from Maharaj, where she just strayed a little bit onto the pads, and she was able to take full toll of that. And it's going to be Maharaj to continue here. And interesting to see how she's done well since she's been coming back over the wicket.
Yeah, as you said, James, I've much preferred her coming over the wicket to both right-handers. Just gives a better angle. We've got forward of square, Tiani van der Heevel, then we've got cow corner and long on. Sweeper fielder up in the ring for Sarah Smith on the offside. She goes on that off-stump line and just dabs it out to extra cover.
Yeah, Sarah Smith will be hoping she's going to drag one a little bit short. She's quite strong on with the shorter ball.
Yeah, and that's Fuller Maharaj, and Sarah Smith just choosing to rock back onto the back foot, but unable to connect anything there.
Yeah, that could be dangerous. She's going to do that too, that kind of length delivery. She's looking for width outside the off stump.
Yeah. Straighter, back of a length, and Maharaj really finding herself now. As, 3 dot balls to start off at the 17th over.
This is much better from her.
She earns herself rotation of strike there as Smith just plays that out to backward point. Mapangula collecting it. They go through for one. It's good running.
Yeah, it's been a feature so far. They have actually run well between the wickets and seem to have timed their running well and been able to identify where those options exist to get the singles.
Yeah, this is much better here from Rasika Maharaj, just dotting them up here. One ball left in the over, and no protection has been put out on the offside, something we saw from the Western Province team in the first innings, but it's a full and played into the leg side, collected by Van der Heevel at deep square leg, and that'll end off the over. Just 2 runs from it, 76 for 1 after 17, and a much better constructed over from Maharaj.
Yeah, very impressive, that over from Rasika Maharaj, and she's done well there, and after having gone in her second over, really having been put to the sword with 3 boundaries, and we are going to see a drinks break.
A miss there from Alicia Rudolph. It's from the Fidelity Titans players as that run-out chance ends off the 18th over, 78 for 2. Van Niekerk on 1 and Smith on 21. And a rather exciting over after the short drinks break that we had. Paulina Mashishi with the wicket of Babette de Leda on 45, the player who seemed to be in the best strides. Caught behind by Robin Searle. Rasika Maharaj to continue from the Kelvin Grove end.
Just refresh the page.
She goes on the back foot there to a foolish delivery. There's a run-out chance on the bowler's end. It's a direct hit, but it looked like Sarah Smith was well home.
Sure. Yeah, fantastic piece of work though done there in the field. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And
excellent fielding there.
Who was that in the field? That
Amogelang
Mapungula, yeah, absolutely brilliant from her. She's been, as you were saying, I mean, such an outstanding fielder. She's been brilliant in the field so far today. She's stopped everything that's been anywhere near her, and that was just an outstanding throw.
Van Niekerk with her first ball from Maharaj, and it's hit straight down the ground. And Alicia Rudolph collecting that at mid-on.
She did really well there, did Rudolph, to come across and prevent even a single. They weren't running until it went past the bowler, and then she did really well to come past and stop that.
Goes on the back foot looking to pierce that offside field, but Catherine Pryor creating a bit of a brick wall on that offside in the covers.
Yes, it's been good now from the Titans after that wicket fell. Just keep it quiet, and that is just played, yeah.
Yeah, excellently played over the head of Rasika Maharaj. She goes with a flat bat, just rocked back onto the back foot and played that straight over the head of the umpire and the bowler, and earns a 4 more to the scorecard. 83 for 2 with 2 balls left in the 19th over.
Yeah, nobody moved there, did they? It was just hit with such power, and she has got an incredible record. I'll give that to you at the end of this over. Danae van Niekerk.
She goes on the reverse sweep. It's a little bit risky, but there's no one in at that third man region, so Mapungula collects that. They come back for the second, and yeah, knowing that long on fielder had been sent out to the boundary, there was no one in at the short third man region. Really just went onto the knee, played it off the wrists. Excellent experience, and
yeah.
It's almost like she's playing with the field.
I mean, she has really got a fantastic cricket head on her shoulders, and brings as we were saying earlier, just a different dimension to this World Sports Betting Western Province team.
And a shot like that will get into the head of the bowler, and it just did, as we saw Rasika Maharaj just doing something crazy, throwing it too far outside the off stump, but corrects it nicely on the last ball there, as that ends the 19th over. 86 for 2 with an exciting over after the drinks break. Yeah,
and it's Danae van Niekerk then, just her numbers in terms of List A cricket: 170 matches, 144 innings, 38 times she's been not out, 4,162 runs at an average of 39.26 with 4 centuries and 19 50s. Her highest score is 203 not out in this format of the game, and yeah, just a player with an incredible amount of experience, and her numbers for South Africa in 50 over cricket not too far away from that as well in terms of the averages, and that's in the air. It's not gonna, it just fall. I thought it was going to fall safe, very much in front of Mapungula, but she just couldn't get there. She tried desperately and just fell in front of her. So Sarah Smith, I think, can count herself a little bit lucky there. Just falling in front of Mochalang Mapangula. She tried desperately to get underneath it, didn't she?
Yeah, she did really well to get hands to that at all. Vanika goes on the sweep, but definitely outside the line of the off stump, especially from where we're sitting, which is almost directly behind the umpire. Big shout there.
Yeah.
They were quite hopeful.
I think they desperately want to get Dane Vaniko's wicket, don't they? They know how important this is. You look at that lineup. That's a...
And she goes straighter this time, and it beats Madisha at mid-wicket. She'll get herself a single. She was almost looking like she wanted to go on the sweep again.
Yeah.
And then decided against it at the last moment.
She's sort of practicing that sweep shot, isn't it? I think we're in for some interesting times here.
Yeah, for sure. Mashishi into Smith. She uses her feet and plays it straight. Fanehevel is in the ring. They go to the keeper's end, but Fanika gets home safely. Mashishi, 2 balls left in the over. Fanika gone strike, who looks to be in an entertaining mood.
She does, doesn't she? She's seems like she's raced to 8. They do put fielders out now. So
she goes on the sweep this time, but that fielder in that odd backward square position collects that and gets that in just for 1. Long on and long off stay out, as well as cow corner and square leg. Short third man in for Sarah Smith.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. She does like the ball. If it's outside the off stump, she's going to play it into that region.
Yeah, and she just plays that to extra cover for no run to close off the over. 20 overs done. 90 runs on the board for the Western Province team. 2 wickets down in the form of Olukle Sio and Babette de Leerde. That wicket falling just after the drinks break.
Yeah, and these two just putting on 14 now in a couple of overs and 4 balls. And I mean, Maharaj to continue, isn't it? So he's how many overs has she bowled so far? 5 overs, 0 for 33.
Yeah, slightly expensive from Maharaj, especially in those first couple of overs. She has brought it back nicely.
I'm looking forward to this contest again here.
Fanika on strike, and that backswing really went up, but she puts her hand on her hip, really disappointed she didn't go through with what she planned.
Yeah, she could be looking to go over the offside as well here, potentially, inside out.
And she goes on the back foot off that foolish delivery and just cuts that backward of point. She'll get herself 1, not the shot she would have liked to have played.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll want to play quite a long innings here today. She's threatened on a couple of occasions to really do that, and as she's getting more and more into her work, there is the potential. She could take the game away from the Fidelity Titans.
Sarah Smith plays this into the covers. It beats point. There's a chase on the go, and Amogelang Mapangula defends that boundary well in the end. They come through for 2. And that's the second kind of scoop that she's done off the boundary.
Yeah, good work again from Mapangula. She's, after that ball really quickly, I think there were a couple of times in the Western Province fielding effort that they didn't perhaps chase them down as robustly to the boundary as they perhaps could have done. Sometimes difficult.
She goes on the back foot again, and this time hits this really well out the middle of the bat, and that races away for 4. And there was no point in chasing after that one. It was hit too well, and it stayed hit. And that's another 4 to Sarah Smith's name as they go 3 short of that century mark. 2 balls left in the 21st. And Sarah Smith playing with some serious intent at the moment.
She likes it there outside the off stump, doesn't she? If it's slightly short, she's able to rock back, and she's very strong square of the wicket on the offside. You wonder why they, maybe, although she's unlikely to be playing it Okay, there
She
she
goes
is.
up.
Yeah,
Alicia
she has,
Rudolph
and
under
she's
the ball.
And she takes it. That's a really good catch. And not a great shot, you must say, from Sarah Smith. She tried to go downtown, straight down over the bowler's head. She managed to just loft it into the air, and substitute fielder Rudolph takes the catch. And the third wicket's down for World Sports Betting Western Province.
Yeah, Sarah Smith just leaning back on that flat bat shot. You almost wished she'd gotten closer to the ball and really lofted it over with a straighter bat. And the wicket falls 97 for 3. Sarah Smith really was starting to look like she'd hit her strides a little bit more than the beginning of the innings, as she departs for 30 runs, which brings to the crease Kelsey Adams to join Danae van Niekerk. And Rasika Maharaj with the breakthrough of the batter that was looking good.
Yeah, she was looking good for the that 30. She was dropped when she had only 3, and just got a top edge, and it couldn't be taken by Katie Pryor. But she has to make her way now. Not able to get that ball over the mid-on fielder, and an excellent wicket there for Rasika Maharaj.
A little bit earlier we were talking about Alicia Rudolph and the safe hands and excellent fielder that she is. She covers the ground really quickly, and she just proved that the ball goes up in her direction. It's more often than not always out. Mashishi to continue. Sweep shot outside the line of off stump, and that's beautifully played by Danae van Niekerk. James, what do you think of that?
Yeah, absolutely incredible shot from her. Just, as you said, wide outside the off stump. She just covers it so well, and that's absolutely murdered the ball down to the boundary in front of the Oaks for 4. Absolutely nothing the fielders could do there at all. And now they're going to be thinking about what are they going to change around here. They're going to bring the deep backward square in and put Alicia Rudolph out onto the square boundary.
Pura Andrew goes out to deep backward square. Gandhi Jafta comes into short 45, but there's an outside edge as she just rocked back and played that into that third man region. And whether it was meant to go there or not, it does. And Maharaj collects that. They're going for the third. Kelsey Adams does really well to get back on the third run there, as Maharaj doesn't have the best arm from the boundary. But that adds 3 runs to it. 104 for 3. And with that boundary that Danae van Niekerk hit, the sweep shot brought up their 100 in the 22nd over, just for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, and that now they're certainly just looking at when the 100 came up for the Fidelity Titans came up after 27 overs and 4 balls. So Western Province at the moment are ahead of the run rate here, but they've also lost 3 wickets.
Yeah, definitely. That fall of wickets and the loss of the top order could come back and nip the Western Province team towards the end of the innings. However, they do have a long batting lineup.
Yeah, they still have got Yandiswa Mangala, who is in the team for her batting, and she can certainly hold up an end and through
the covers. There's a dive by the captain, but unfortunately that pierces the offside. And Danae van Niekerk just returning to complete her run on that end. If it had been stopped, that was rather amusing. In the end, Kelsey Adams, her first ball that she's faced from Paulina Mashishi, just clearing the field there.
Yeah, she found the gap beautifully, didn't she? It was Katie Pryor tried desperately to dive off to her left to stop that one.
Yeah, just offended off the back foot. A better length.
Yeah, it was a better length that time. Just couldn't get to it and play it through the offside with the force she was able to play the previous delivery.
Yeah, Mashishi just outside that off stump and fielded really nicely by the captain at extra cover. And with that dot, that comes the end of the 22nd over, 108 for 3, with Danae van Niekerk looking to be in a really entertaining mood. She's on 17, and Kelsey Adams, the partner on the other end, on 4.
Yeah, and she's certainly been very aggressive since she's come in, has Danae van Niekerk, with that 17, and together a partnership of 21 with Sarah Smith. But and it's just incredible how alike these scorecards are. It was 87 for 3 was the were the Fidelity Titans with the loss of Andrea's wicket, and then Mapangula came in, and there was an acceleration there as well with Robin Searle at that time.
Replacing Maharaj from the Kelvin Grove in. Gandhi Jafta, who starts her over off with a wide down the leg side to Danae van Niekerk. She is an exciting part of this spin bowling attack for the Fidelity Titans. Plays with a lot of entertaining aggression sometimes.
Yeah, that's a very good delivery into the block hole of van Niekerk.
Yeah, I would say in the lineup of the Fidelity Titans spinners, she probably does turn the ball the most out of them.
Right.
And
she's a leggy, is she? No,
offie.
She's an offie, yeah. See, she's holding it as an offie, yeah.
Yeah, down the leg side, just played around the corner, and Maharaj does well to collect that to her left, gets it in for no run. Jafta off to a decent start.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the spinners have been a little bit expensive for the Fidelity Titans. That's short, and that is flat batted. And some brilliant fielding from Alicia Rudolph there, just throwing it in to the stumps and hitting the one stump clean out of the ground there. Would have been in trouble there had they gone for a run. So that's was good calling from van Niekerk. It's been a good over so far from Jafta.
Yeah, it has not bad from her. It's part-time spinner Moni in the lineup for her batting as she opens the batting.
Oh, dear.
Down the leg side and going on the reverse sweep was van Niekerk there. Robin Searle just caught unawares there as she completely missed it. And that'll go for 5 wides, which takes the total up quite steeply, 114 for 3 with that extra 5.
Yes, so that is halfway there. The World Sports Betting Western Province, and 3 wickets down after 22.3 overs. So the run rate at this stage is looking like it's manageable. I think the wickets column is the one they're most worried about.
Yeah, definitely. And she goes on the lap there, just gets that fine of 45. Maharaj on her knees, manages to get it back in, but van Niekerk coming back for the second.
Yeah, and a little bit of a hesitation in the running there between the two of them, but they managed to get back for 2 in the end. I don't think Danae van Niekerk thought that it actually had gone as far away from Maharaj as it had done.
Jafta comes right arm around and is played into the leg side by van Niekerk for an easy single. I spoke about the angle of the right-hander coming around the wicket, the off-spinner to the right-hander.
Yeah, I'm not convinced about that. If there's not much turn, it doesn't seem to make that much sense. You almost, with the field the way it's set at the moment, you've got that gap at square leg. You're almost giving away a run every time.
Yeah, but this time it's played straight and missed by Jafta off her own bowling. A fumble as well from Rudolph, but they only come through for the single as it's collected. And that ends off the 23rd, 118 for 3, an expensive first over for Gandhi Jafta as she goes from 10 in her first.
Yeah, I think that was all my fault because I said after 3 balls she'd bowled a really good over and then it was that one that went down the leg side for those 5 wides that really didn't help her at all. So we're having a change, are we, from this end as well now? Maharaj coming on. Is it? No, not Maharaj, sorry. It's Madisha coming on from the Weinberg end of the ground. So spin, as it's turned out, has been quite expensive for the Fidelity Titans. And Lesedi Madisha, she's been excellent, really has. 4 overs, 1 for 16. And she was getting that ball to talk really nicely with the movement into the right-hander.
Yeah, she really did start off really nicely. She had the early wicket of Olucio as it just pitched on off stump and crashed into leg. He called it a Simone Biles of the wicket world.
Exactly, yeah. That's...
Lesedi Madisha into Kelsey Adams. Right arm over the wicket. and into that top of off stump line. And Madisha just starting her comeback spell with a dot.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how she does now in this spell, if she's able to just keep that line and length going. And it's interesting what she's doing here. Yeah, she's going to be targeting the stumps a bit more by the looks of things. She's got the defence on the leg side.
And she does that kind of with the length, as she gets it in that Yorker length kind of delivery, but far outside the off stump to have any threat on it. It's deep, a fine leg out on the boundary, as well as cow corner and long on. Cover sweeper protecting the offside, but everybody else in the ring. It's outside the off stump and straight out to that sweeper. Kaylee tap on the offside boundary. They'll come through for a single.
Yeah, I think this is a good move here from the Fidelity Titans. You're bringing back on your bowler who has been economical so far. I mean, both her and Kaylee Tapp very economical in the opening spell. Spinners have just taken a little bit of punishment more recently, and you just feel that they needed to bring the run rate down a little bit. Try and make Danae van Niekerk and Kelsey Adams perhaps try and create something to keep that run rate going.
Still a little bit of movement on the ball, as we saw in the air there, but excellent fielding at extra cover by Katie Cry.
Yeah, that certainly, had that got past her, you feel it would have gone to the boundary for 4. Danae van Niekerk has been really hitting the ball very hard today.
Play soft hands there into point, and there's a run out chance, but Maharaj unable to get it in to the keeper in time. Kelsey Adams makes it home safely.
Yeah, it was a good sharp run, that was. And we saw a couple of those as well in the Fidelity Titans innings, just potential half chances for run-outs. I mean, there was the one run-out in the inning. In fact, there were 2 run-outs in the innings in the end, but got home safely there, did Adams.
Madisha brings her length back slightly. And,
yeah, I think she'll feel she's missed out there with that one, Kelsey Adams. So that is a good return over from Madisha.
Yeah, just 2 from it there.
Yeah.
As the score went up from 118 to 120 for 3 in the 24th. And Madisha with a really nice comeback, as you said, James.
Yeah, and I do think that is good on the Fidelity Titans. It's going to be Gandhi Jeff to continue, is it? Yeah, looks like it. Can continue around the wicket. Is there any other, have they got any other medium paces that they can use in this attack?
Yeah, Tiani van der Hevel and
Okay.
Christelle van der Schuyf do bowl a bit of medium pace, but of course van der Schuyf is not on the field. She goes hard over the head of mid-on. Half a chance perhaps, but Alicia Rudolph just chasing that to the boundary. The ball beats her to it, and Gandhi Jafta, hands on head, is disappointed.
Yeah, it was a bit of a teaser, wasn't it, for Alicia Rudolph? It almost looked like it was there for her to perhaps put out a hand and grab onto it, but it would have taken a big dive and something exceptional to get there. Yeah, maybe a little bit of heart in mouth for Danae van Niekerk for a while there.
Just always seemed to be moving away from her as she pulls this one across the line, and Van der Hevel crashes in to Kaylee Tapp, but they managed to get the ball in the end for 2, and Danae van Niekerk goes up to 27 runs.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't actually have in front of us a monitor, so we can't see the number of balls that she's faced, but I mean, she's been batting pretty much short about a runner ball.
This time down the leg side, and still little fumble, but it's cleaned up by Maharaj.
Yeah, those are always difficult, aren't they? Because you're unsighted by with the batter, and you're not quite sure where they're going to come down to you on the leg side. So often a very difficult take. She's changing the line now, yeah.
Right arm over. She tosses it up into that black block hole of Danae van Niekerk, who just plays that out, but Madisha does well to cover it from mid-wicket. Gandhi Jafta is a thinking cricketer, and seems like she heard us from the commentary box to go right arm over. There's a reverse sweep and a top edge over the head of Robin Searle, and this will roll out towards the dugout and beats the fielders to the boundary cushions as Maharaj puts in a desperate dive towards the end of the chase.
Yeah, I've got the hands on head again from Gandhi Jafta. It's the second time in the over the ball's been in the air, but that was no way that Robin Searle will get anywhere near that one. And just the top edge from the reverse sweep. So Danae van Niekerk is living dangerously here. She's just, but I mean, as it stands at the moment with the run rate that she's been able to achieve, it is pushing the game along.
Jafta goes quicker through the air, and van Niekerk just plays that out too long on for an easy single.
Yeah, and this is been a struggle for Jafta now in both of her overs. The first one, it was those 5 wides down the leg side, and this time she's been hit for 2 boundaries by van Niekerk already, just not allowing it to settle at all.
As Adams plays this around the legs towards the square leg boundary, Van Heevel collects it, and that ends off the over with a single. 25 overs done, 133 runs for 3, with van Niekerk on 32 and Adams contributing to their partnership of 36 with 7, 95 runs to win in 25 overs.
Yeah, so that run rate now only 3.8 required, and just to give you an idea of the the difference now in terms of where the teams are, it was Titans at the same stage, 91 for 3, and World Sports Betting Western Province now 133 for the loss of 3. But you just sense that the wicket of Danae van Niekerk is the most important thing. Were she to be out now, or even within probably the next 30 or 40 runs, I still think the Fidelity Titans are in the game, and just be interesting to see Madisha back on. I think she's got the opportunity to take a wicket potentially.
Yeah, definitely. As she goes outside that off stump, it's full, and Adams misses out on a bit of a half volley there, looking to go too straight off the wider delivery. Yeah, I do think that the wicket of Danae van Niekerk will be vital.
Yeah, the longer she's there, the less the chances are that Fidelity Titans are going to potentially win this match. That's
dropped short, just short of square leg. Pira Andrea just getting her body behind the ball. Madisha, and we've said that they are giving the Fidelity Titans opportunities to take wickets. And that was airborne for some time, and 2 chances in the Jafta over.
Yeah, definitely. It's there or thereabouts, and that's is played a bit better by Adams in the air to Mapangula. But they are giving them, yet maybe falling into the gaps just out of reach, and that was another one, as you say, to Andrea there at square leg. You just feel it had gone in the air a little bit more, could have carried to her.
Yeah, Mito or so more, and we're speaking a different song, as this is played into the leg side. Could have perhaps gone for the single there.
They could, yes.
As it was in the gap.
Yeah, maybe just lack of, just missed out there concentration-wise in terms of what the opportunity was.
Yeah.
She's dealing in boundaries at the moment, though, Danae van Niekerk.
Oh, beating the outside edge there. There's half a shout from Robin Searle. But I think she knew that it definitely didn't make contact with any wood there.
Danae van Niekerk trying to get clever there, trying to just guide that one past the short third. She's pulling out all the shots here, isn't she?
Disha goes full down the leg side and just too far down the leg side as umpire Noel just stretches his arms a bit.
Yeah, and Van Niekerk just looks to the heavens there. She feels she missed out there, and there is nobody deep on the square leg boundary.
Outside the off stump, a better length there from Madisha, and it's just played out to the cover sweep. A Kaylee tap for the single, and that closes off the 26th over. A good one from Lesedi Madisha, taking the wide out of the equation. 136 for 3 after 26, Van Niekerk on 33 and Adams on 8 with a partnership of 39, 92 runs to win.
Yeah, she's been really good. Madisha coming back again. I think just the 2 off the first over, 3 off the second over, she's come back. I think the challenge is that it's not being replicated from the other end, and they have now made a change, which I think was necessary. Jafta going for 23 in her 2 overs. And it is going to be, is that Tiani van den Heerfel coming on from the Kelvin Grove end.
Yeah, she has the potential to be quite an exciting bowler. She has changed her action slightly from last season, choosing to go more side on.
Okay.
Which I think at cricket, club cricket, I keep a little bit for the Tuks women's team. And it has brought a little bit of inconsistency at club cricket, but she manages to hold it together when she has had the chance to bowl. She hasn't played too many games for the Fidelity Titans this season because of Masabata Class and Kaylee Tapp being so prominent at the top of the innings. But she has the potential to be an exciting seamer.
Oh, I look forward to seeing her bowl here. She's towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end.
She goes on that back of a length off stump line and finds her feet nicely to start.
Yeah, it's exactly where you want it. And I mean, we did see towards the end of that Fidelity Titans innings that with the pace on it, Titans batters were able to rotate the strike and get the runs.
Yeah, quite easily, but this is played expertly through the covers, between cover and point by Danae van Niekerk, and she just leaned back and cut that through the covers before. Wonderful cricket shot there, just too wide and too short from Van der Heerfel.
Yeah, and the margins are quite small, aren't they? But when you're bowling to somebody like this, like Danae van Niekerk, and she seems to be, after a few games now, finding her feet.
That's a better line and length there from Van der Heerfel. She goes fuller and straighter to Van Niekerk. Just defends that out for no run. $140 for 3, just 88 runs to win, a partnership of 43. And we've been saying this over and over again. Partnerships are so important. Danae on the one end, Danae van Niekerk on the one end of a partnership, that definitely gives the other batter a lot of calmness.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think in what's important, I mean, Kelsey Adams, as you said, she's only scored 8 in this partnership of 43, and she's able to just be able to rotate the strike.
Yes, this is just a bit too straight, and it's played around the corner. They'll look for the second, as Rasika Maharaj is on the chase, and they do get it in the end. Played well around the corner there by Danae van Niekerk, proving anywhere on the field.
Yeah, and it's difficult, isn't it? Because you can't cover every single area on the field, and if you are going to just stray in your line a little bit, you have got that opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. She goes on that off stump line again, and it's played into the leg side for no run, which closes off the over. Tiani van der Heerfel's first one, just 6 going from it, which at this stage, with the total that they need to be defending, not too great, but 142 after 27.
Yeah, and they are well ahead of the rates at the moment. You say just that 3.7 runs per over required, but you just sense that at any stage, I mean, it could change. You could, one wicket could bring another wicket, and there is a little bit of batting to come, and certainly both, in fact, Jones, LaRue and Weingard also can certainly hold a bat, but pressure does a strange thing. Is it Gandhi Jafta back into the attack?
Yeah, Gandhi Jafta just changing sides, as we saw her from the Kelvin Grove end, now bowling from the Wynberg end. And interesting to see what can happen here. We saw a change of ends as well from Rasika Maharaj earlier on in the innings, and it did help her.
Yeah.
And perhaps Gandhi Jafta hoping for something similar. She gets a dot off her first ball.
Yeah, I think this is good. to Adams. She's kept the mid off and mid on up.
Yeah, it's a bit shorter and a misfield that point by Maharaj, and they'll chase that to the boundary, but it rolls into the cushions. And Gandhi Jafta really disappointed with that. She missed her length a bit there, but the fielding definitely didn't help it.
No, it was just that, just a bit too short, wasn't it? And we know how, I mean, Kelsey Adams as well, she can play that ball square of the on the offside. In fact, I mean, it is a bit of a gimme if you, outside that off stump, there isn't really any turn on offer. You don't have to worry too much about playing a false stroke. You're going to change to around the wicket again now. Let's see how this works from this side.
Goes into that off stump line, and that's not a bad delivery.
No, that was a good delivery. That's exactly where she wants to be bowling it. And there is a little bit of turn in towards the right-hander.
Yeah, especially from that angle. Yeah. She goes there again, this time keeping slightly lower, a little bit fuller.
Yeah, she pushed that through with a bit more pace, didn't she, which I think was good. Just keep Kelsey Adams honest there on the other side.
She goes a little bit shorter, and it's pulled across the line by Adams. It was a slight chance at mid-wicket, but unlikely there by Madisha. Mapangula collects it and gets it in for one. Danae van Niekerk, one ball left in the over, long on and long off, go out towards the boundary. So square leg and cow corner being the other two players outside the ring.
And that brings up the 50 partnership for these two off just 45 balls with 6 fours. Van Niekerk 29 of those.
Short again and played into the covers, but stopped by tap at cover.
Yeah, I think Danae van Niekerk will be upset with herself that she missed out on the gap there. She just asked for a drink to come out for her. And yeah, as I say, she probably would have expected with that one to try and to thread it through the gap there on the offside. But she wasn't able to do so. But another good partnership that these two have put together, the 50 runs. And I'm sure World Sports Betting Western Province will be hoping that they will stay there and get these additional 81 runs needed for the win, but anything can happen.
The required rate of 3.7, and well achieved here by the Western Province batters. They were definitely in the driver's seat here of this game, but a wicket could change that.
Yeah, it's
slight confusion here between Gandhi Jafta and the bowler Tiani van Hevel, whether she should go out to the boundary at third man or not. So we've got deep extra cover, long on and cow corner for Van Hevel. It's played on the leg side, just too straight there from Van Hevel and whipped around the pads by Adams. That'll add 4 more, both to hers and to the team total, as the total goes up to 150 of 181 balls, 24s, and wonderfully played there by Kelsey Adams. A bad ball, and it got what it deserved.
Yes, and that last 50, Jenna, coming up in just 7 overs. So they've been batting at close to 7 and over. Well, it would be 7 and over, just over that. So that has been a really difficult period for the Fidelity Titans. It certainly has been the spinners initially that have taken the brunt of that. I mean, Maharaj, Mashishi and Jafta, all 3 going for well over 6 runs and over.
Yeah, third man drops out to the boundary. Van Hevel goes tighter onto that off stump line. It's just played into the leg side for no run. A better comeback there after the boundary delivery.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, if she can keep it, she needs to keep it in that channel outside the off stump. She doesn't have the protection, as you say, fine on the leg side. So you just cannot afford to stray into the pads. I'm not sure that ball's going out to deep mid-wicket anytime soon, though, as well. So it's interesting field setting. And that will have to be bowled again.
Yeah, very short and very wide.
I think she just lost it there completely in her run through. That happens sometimes. again, and this was evident as well in the World Sports Betting Western Province innings when they were bowling.
She goes too straight again. This time it's in the air for a short while. Maharaj collecting it, and she'll get there before it reaches the boundary. They come through for the second, and Kelsey Adams just making sure that the bad balls get hit, but not hit well enough.
Yeah, that one, she probably would have felt she should have got it away to the boundary for 4. And saw this, say, in the World Sports Betting Western Province innings when they were bowling as well, where they had sort of 2 or 3 fielders out on the leg side when their bowler was bowling an off-stump line or outside the off-stump line.
A little bit airborne there to extra cover. There was slight excitement there from Pura Andrea as she collected that at extra cover.
I think it's very difficult, you know, as a bowler. It's almost that your captain's saying to you, well, we know you're going to bowl it. You're going to make a mistake and bowl it, not bowl it properly.
Yeah. Quick single into extra cover, and there's a fumble by the fielders. Slight appeal by Sul as she breaks the stumps, but...
Van Niekerk was a little bit slow getting off the mark there, but she made it easily in the end because of that fumble. It would have been very interesting had they been taking that and it had been picked up cleanly. I think there might have been some trouble there.
Vandenheuvel, 1 ball left in the over. It hits hard, it's on the up. But Mashishi puts her body behind it and just gets it after the bounce.
And must have hurt her as it went through there. She was just too short of her, wasn't it? It was so close. I think it would have been a difficult catch for her to take anyway, but she did really well to get her body behind it and prevented what would have been a certain boundary had it gone through.
And with that half a chance there from Paulina Mashishi. That's the end of the 29th. 155 for 3 with Van Niekerk on 39, and Kelsey Adams being the main run scorer in that over. She got a couple of runs there, 6 or 7. As she is on strike again for the Jafta over from the Wynberg end. Adams has a deep square, cow corner. Everybody else up in the ring. She goes hard into the covers, but Pryor collects that.
Yeah, she can't find that gap in the covers. If she does get it through it, it will be a boundary, probably. Oh, another one that's edged, and I think that is going to run away as well, is it? No, it should stop, actually.
Long chase there for Maharaja. She collects that. They go through for the third, and that boundary in the corner there seems to be very long. There are a couple of runs there. That's the second 3 that's been run into that corner.
Yeah, there's no protection there as a fielder's got to run from point, and Maharaj just running that down, and it stops there. Was always going to be the opportunity to take 3. Now the field does go out a bit wider on the leg side for Van Niekerk.
Played into the covers there for no run.
Yeah, she misses out again there, Danae Van Niekerk.
Gandhi Jafta forcing her to make the runs, not giving her anything. She goes into that offside and carves that out into that third man region. Maharaj is on the chase again, but this one hit much better than the previous one, and they'll earn 4 there. Kelsey Adams just lifting her head to the sky, thankful that they didn't need to run another 3. Both players look completely gassed.
They do, don't they? My goodness, they have been running a few, and Danae Van Niekerk's already taken some additional liquids on board in between the drinks breaks. But these last couple of overs have also keep propelling them closer to that target.
Jafta goes straighter, and it's played out too long on. A bit of a fumble off her own bowling, but she did well to get body behind that.
Yeah, it just bounced nastily for her, I think, just in front of where she was. They go through for the single, so this partnership now up to 66.
Adams just plays that around the pads. Funny kick sending her back, and though she wanted to take the quick single, Mashishi collects it, and that ends off the 30th over with a dot. 163 for 3 with Funny kick on 44 and Adams on 23. An exciting partnership of 66 runs, with just one short of that. Runs 65 runs to win for the Western Province women's team. Fidelity Titans trying everything.
Yeah, and I mean, the comparison is perhaps not good for us to go there, but I mean, comparison 111 for 3 after 30 overs were the Fidelity Titans. As we see a change of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. It's going to be Paulina Mashishi to come back into the attack, and she has so far bowled 6 overs, 1 for 36. She did get the wicket of Babette Delia, caught behind by Robin Searle. That's neatly played by Van Niekerk again down the ground for a single. And they don't really have to do much more than that. World Sports Betting Western Province, the run rate required thanks to this sort of surge of runs more recently is only 3.2 to the over. And that one's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump by Mashishi. She doesn't want to be bowling it too wide outside that off stump. She doesn't have any protection out in the deep on the offside. And Kelsey Adams, I think, is looking to play that ball through the offside. She does have the protection on the on. I do like the fact that she's still got that the mid on and the mid off up, and that prevents the single here. So she's giving Kelsey Adams the opportunity. She's saying to her, if you're going to hit it, you're going to get runs there down the ground, hit it over the head of those players and fielders that are there. It's been a good over so far. That one she bowls too short outside the off stump, and it's exactly what Kelsey Adams is looking for, and she doesn't miss out. She plays that one through the offside for a boundary down to the Oaks, and that's the thing, you know, one release ball every over is all World Sports Betting Western Province need. They certainly don't need to take any risks at the moment, Jenna.
No, they definitely don't. Scoring runs freely.
That one again goes past the fielder at a backward point. That is Mapangula. And Gandhi Jafta, I think, comes around to tidy up, but they go through for another 2. So another 7 off that over as well. It's 170 for 3 after 31. And it's again just 1 or 2 deliveries in the over that have allowed the batters to play them in either through the field or for 4, or that one there just for the 2. And this partnership now up to 73. And that is, I think it in fact, yeah, it's the best partnership of the match so far. So we had that 56 between Searle and Pryor was the best partnership in the Titans innings, and then the 64 between Deleda and Smith in the Western Province innings. As it's Gandhi Jafta to continue from the Weinberg end. She's gone for 9 and over in her 4 overs so far. 4 overs, 0 for 36. That's played again. Oh my goodness, it's played through. There's that Fun and Heerful there in the covers, and it goes down to boundary for 4, and you feel she should have cut that off. It's really difficult. It was a little bit short outside the off stump, and that time Dane van Niekerk not missing out. She moves to 49, just 1 away from the first 50 it will be for her of the season so far. And she'll get to her 50 with that shot down to as that Pura Andrea. It is on the square leg boundary, and the applause coming from Western Province teammates, and And an acknowledgement from Gandhi Jafta as well, which is very nice to see. 50 off 43 balls with 7 fours, strike rate of 116, and she has moved this game along rapidly as Western Province go to 175 for 3 and 53 to win off 112 deliveries, so rate required under 3 and over now. That's nicely played by by Adams, and well fielded by Pryor at, it's not Pryor, sorry, Van den Heerfel at mid-off. Yeah, so it's been an excellent innings from Danae van Niekerk, and she came in with when the score was 76 for 2, batting at number 4, and she has just pushed the scoring rate along rapidly. And it's allowed the batters with her, and allowed firstly Sarah Smith, who was batting with her, to just play her natural game, and now Kelsey Adams as well. It's just allowed Adams to do well. She's up to 29 not out. And that is hit firmly through the offside. The ball slightly over pitched from Gandhi Jafta, and that was nowhere near anybody getting a hand to that one, as it's another boundary, and it's 179, so another 9 off that over from Jafta. 5 overs have gone for 45, and that is a huge in the context of this game. And I know we did say early on we thought 227 a fair target. At the moment it's not looking like that at all. 49 runs required for World Sports Betting Western Province to win this game, but I still feel 1 wicket, and if it is Danae van Niekerk, that would be really interesting to see how this game is going to evolve. But at the moment it's looking like it's going towards World Sports Betting Western Province.
Yeah, they're definitely in charge at the moment, and that is the thing that international experience brings. Everything that Danae van Niekerk has, she's brought calmness into the crease, and as you said, allowed the batters on the other end to express themselves freely. That brings on the bowling change here. Kaylee Tapp back into the attack.
Yeah, I think it's important. It's a good move. You have to do this. You have to see if she can't get a wicket for you if you're the Titans captain. She starts well already with that one. Moving into the right-hander. Just looked like maybe off the seam there. A little bit of movement. That's going to be important. I just sensed this spell. She had to bring her back. She bowled 6 overs and 1 ball now. 0 for 16. It was an outstanding opening spell from her. If she can get through the defences or perhaps force Danae van Niekerk into playing a loose shot, it would be very important. And it's a good attempt there coming around from Madisha to field that, but she just manages to parry it, and they go through for an easy single.
Danae van Niekerk is standing about half a metre out of her crease when she's facing Kaylee Tapp, and whether that is to avoid or prevent the swing of the degraded white ball from Kaylee Tapp, or to get close. She almost yorked herself on the previous ball.
Yeah. It could be. I did notice when I was watching the match last week, and they were showing the angle actually from the side, which is interesting, that she did take her guard about probably 2 feet down the crease, and was batting there in that position. So, I mean, if the wicketkeeper was standing up, she certainly wouldn't be taking her guard there. But I do think you're right. I think it's to try and perhaps negate some of the movement on the ball. Yeah, and that is the wicket that the Titans were looking for. That is an excellent delivery from Kaylee Tapp, and it's straight as a die, and Kelsey Adams misses it, and it hits the pad and is given out by umpire Wilma Jones, and that is the end of a very good innings from Kelsey Adams. She scored 33. She has to go, and it has worked. Bringing back Kaylee Tapp to the attack has certainly made a difference, and it is Adams that has to go. As we see Yandisa Mangala I think it is, who's making her way to the wicket now for World Sports Betting Western Province. It is indeed, and she'll be facing up to Kaylee Tapp. So the bowling change worked, Jenna. A very good one there from Kaylee Tapp.
Yeah, for sure. We've been calling for them to bring that back, their strike bowlers, their seam bowlers. And there was a little glimpse of hope when Lesedi Madisha came from the Wynberg end, but then she was subsequently replaced. And Tiani van der Heevel did well in her 2 overs, not too great, 7 runs and over, but was unable to make that breakthrough. But I am glad that they turned to the experience of Kaylee Tapp, because she was able to get that breakthrough, and that'll be wonderful for her.
Yeah, so Yandiswa Mangala is at the crease now, and her numbers, she's played in 33 List A games, 25 innings, 3 not outs, 212 runs and her highest score of 40. Her average is only 9.63, but she does no 50s, no 100s, strike rate of 45. So she'll just need to be working it around here. And make sure that she's giving the strike to Danae van Niekerk. 48 runs required to win here for World Sports Betting Western Province in 17 overs and 1 ball. And it looks like it should be easy, doesn't it? But this is cricket.
Anything can happen, and it definitely does, as you said, James, seem to be easy, especially with Danae van Niekerk on the other end.
That one looks like it's angling down leg side, and umpire Wilma Jones agrees. But worth a big shout anyway.
Yeah,
get
definitely.
the choir going for that. Why not? And give it everything you possibly can. So Mangala survives, and she just faced the 2 deliveries, and it'll be Van Niekerk on strike. And it'll be interesting to see what they're going to do now from the Wynberg end. Do they bring? They do indeed. Do they bring Madisha back in? They do, and I think that's a good move. If you are going to make a breakthrough, now is the time to do it. It's going to be too late if you leave it for another 4 or 5 overs. And Madisha is back into the attack to bowl to Van Niekerk. She was still getting shape on that ball a bit earlier on.
Her first spell was 4 overs for 16 runs when she came back in. 5 overs for 16 runs. She came back in just the 5 runs from her 1 over.
Yeah,
she will be going to an in-form Danae van Niekerk. Her eye is in, and anything is possible here.
Yeah, this is the wicket that they desperately want, the Fidelity Titans. They got the wicket of Kelsey Adams in the previous over. Oh, and she gets a bit fortunate with that. It is a full toss outside the off stump, and tries to play it through the offside, gets a big top edge, and it goes down to the 3rd boundary for 4. And nothing that Mashishi could do about that. And so just a bit of a loosener first up from the youngster Madisha.
Yeah, well placed in the gap between Robinson and Mashishi there.
Absolutely. I mean, she couldn't have placed it better if she'd tried to do that. And that's very nicely fielded by Pryor at extra cover. She did use her feet, as you said there. She was coming down the wicket, and she's already batting a little bit out of her crease. And she absolutely hammers that down to Tiani van der Heevel at mid-off. She's, it's like, she's probably disappointed she didn't get that through. Danae van Niekerk, she's looking to try and finish this quickly by the looks of things. That's well played, and they're going to run through for the single. That was good work there. She called Mangala through very quickly for the single, and the bowler fielding on her follow through was nothing she could do. I think Danae van Niekerk there wanting to make sure she's on strike at the beginning of the next over. Yandiswa Mangala just needs to see off the 2 deliveries here. be able to even, she can get off strike, can get off the mark, would be good. And that's nicely fielded in the covers by Kaylee Tapp. They brought understandably brought the fielder in from extra deep on the deep cover boundary into cover for Mangala. She has a full go at that outside the off stump and half appeal. It's the end of the over, and again they'll be asking for a drink to come out there. It is warm out there, the breeze not as hot as it used to be. Are they going to be taking I don't think they are going to be taking a drinks break now. So probably in a couple of overs time. So she's asked for another drink. Physio is coming out as well. But they are now going to take a drinks break. So umpires have decided to take a drinks break, and we will be back with you in a couple of minutes. Okay, we're back after the drinks break, and it's going to be Kaylee Tapp to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. She got a wicket in her last over, that of Kelsey Adams. She's bowling to Danae van Niekerk. How much they would love to get this wicket right now, Fidelity Titans. She just not able to play on, just short of a lens, tries to play it onto the leg side, just really bunts it out into the leg side. Fielding done there by Madisha. So she takes a single off the first ball of the over, which is absolutely understandable. Mangala is in there as a batter, Yandiswa Mangala, and certainly has played some good innings in the last couple of seasons. I know she doesn't have a massive record to speak of. She defends that one well back to Tapp.
Yeah, just on Yandiswa Mangala, I think when I was playing provincial cricket 2 seasons ago, we definitely never saw her as much of a threat as part of the Western Province women's team. But the amount of improvement that she has shown in the last 2 seasons since professionalism has come into the women's game is incredible. So she's definitely one to watch at this level of cricket.
And she worked very hard in her game.
Yeah.
She's proven herself in the field as well to be an excellent fielder at backward point. She really patrols that area for Western Province, and she's an integral part of the team. She hasn't played in too many games this season as yet, but again, she's part of the setup. She is contracted, so really important from that point of view. She has an important role to play in this team. And she takes that one on. She goes quickly, puts pressure on the fielder, and Mashishi just knocks the ball on there. So good run by Mangala. She's off the mark with that single.
Yeah, and very sure of herself on that occasion. She hit the ball to the fielder, decided that's what she wanted to do.
And I think that's the big thing, isn't it, in cricket? You know, confidence is a huge thing. If you want to make that work, and she certainly, with that, she played the ball. She knew straight on she was going to go for the run. And caught her partner through. And
even just pretending to be confident sometimes.
That's right. Yeah, I think you're right about that as well. It's important that we always say as well. You also, when you go out to bat as well, you need to look good. You need to make sure you've got all the right kit in all the right places, and you've got everything to make yourself look like you can bat. It also makes it, it's also very important.
You have to have that aura of arrogance. It's bordering on arrogance, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. It's lovely to see stride out to the wicket, do your sort of shift running to the side a bit, and oh, she gets away with that, just off the inside edge. Excellent delivery from Kaylee Tapp, and it is Danae van Niekerk who runs well, and Mangala runs brilliantly to get back for two, and that's exactly what they wanted there. She managed to get back for the two, and that'll keep van Niekerk on strike for the beginning of the next over. So it was a good over from Kaylee Tapp. She could potentially got a wicket off that last ball, but again it did go for 5 in that over as well. But,
very good awareness there from Yandiswa Mangele. She knew that she needed to get even numbers off the last ball of that over, and she put her head down and made sure she turned quickly and came back really fast. So excellent from her.
Was very good from her. Good running. Put in the yards there to get home, and it's going to be another change of bowling. So just saw the one over from Madisha, and it's Mashishi back into the attack. And a desperate dive from Katie Pryor to try and stop that one going through to long off, but does go through to Tiani van den Heerful. Danae van Niekerk quite happy to give Yandiswa Mangala the strike. So 37 to win. It's 191 for 4 at the moment. Oh, she plays that very nicely out into the deep on the leg side, and scatters the pigeons as it goes. Just a bit of a slog sweep, type of slog sweep there to get the single out into the leg side, and takes the total to 192 for 4. Yeah, that's a good delivery from Mashishi, keeping Danae van Niekerk quiet.
And that sweep shot from Mangele was played from quite a wide outside the off stump line, so that really does show that she's confident, she knows what she's up to.
And that is short, and it's cut through the offside, almost like a back foot drive, in fact, with an oblique bat through the cover field. There is no protection out there, and she rocked back and played that beautifully. Van Niekerk through the offside. She moves to 63 with that shot. And she just is in imperious form at the moment.
Yeah, that movement that she made deep into the crease really gave her all the time that she needed to make sure that she accessed that gap to its full potential.
And that is, again, played into the offside. This time, Kaylee Tapp does get there. And Danae van Niekerk, if that had hit, she would have been out. And she just really laboured that run. Quite interesting there. And that one, that ball there from throw in from Kaylee Tapp Not too many oohs and ahs, though, from the Titans fielders, so it probably wasn't that close to the stumps, but Van Niekerk gets through for the single and keeps the strike. It's 197 for 4. Another over that's gone for 7 from the spinner. And just spinners haven't been able to keep them quiet in this innings so far. Just looking at those bowling figures, Maharaj 6 overs, 1 for 40. Mashishi 8 overs, 1 for 50. And Jafta 5 overs, 0 for 45. As it's Kaylee Tapp to continue with her 9th over now. And Anika looking like she's got all the time in the world to defend that one. 31 to win, 14 overs to go.
Yeah, in this Titans bowling lineup, it's usually the other way around, where the spin bowlers are able to keep the batters quiet more easily than the pace bowlers. But today a bit of a flip around.
Yeah, I don't think the wicket's got anything in it really for the spinners, and that's nicely played to the backward of square. It is going to be stopped. No, it's not. And unfortunately, Tiani van der Heevel unable to cut that one off. She came around from her position at fine leg, but she can't get round to stop that one. Looked like she was going to get there, but, and that is now the Western Province 200. 201 for the loss of 4 coming up in after 36 overs and 2 balls, and it is now 27 needed to win, 2 runs to the over. Dane van Niekerk on 68. And it comes down the wicket to Kaylee Tapp, and easily down to long on for the single.
She's not your conventional double stepper where they make sure that they get their body and their back quite close together. She really does come down quite far towards the leg side and gives her arms a lot of room to clear the ball. She does have that power in the upper body. Yeah, she's a
very strong player, and showing that today. Well, that's nicely played by Mangala. She's taking on the fielder again, and she wins the battle there against Alicia Rudolph. Again, she was very confident, wasn't she? She played the ball down. She saw it went past her partner at the other end, and even though Rudolph was in a little bit from the edge of the circle, wasn't able to prevent the single. It's good work from Mangala.
Yeah, and I think what's helping her take those singles, especially to the straight fielders, when she hits it straight to them, is she's not trying to overhit them at all. She's playing them softly to them, which gives her time to complete her single.
And that one is really just pulled across the line, down through mid-wicket, and that is another boundary for Dane van Niekerk, and she's seeing it like a beach ball out there at the moment. And as you said as well there, the bat absolutely nowhere near the body when that was played, and it was just worked through the leg side. I mean, she knows where the gaps are, and now just the 21 runs needed to win for World Sports Betting Western Province. And now they're putting the fielder out on that deep mid-wicket boundary, and she'll probably try and play it through the offside now as they've brought the cover fielder up into the circle. Where do you bowl now for Kaylee Tapp? She must bowl outside off stump, presumably, and she plays it. She's upset with herself that she didn't get that past Katie Pryor at extra cover, and it is the end of the over, and another successful one for World Sports Betting Western Province. It's 10 off it, 207 for 4 after 37, and this has certainly been what looks like at this stage a winning innings by Dane van Niekerk. She has been well supported down the order. Babette de Leerde scored 45 up top, and it was Sarah Smith with 30, Kelsey Adams with 33, all valuable contributions. But certainly both Sarah Smith and as Mashishi continues, you just felt that they were helped along by the fact that Dane van Niekerk had taken all the pressure off them to be able to have to score quickly. That's neatly played into the leg side and well called through for the run. I think Van Niekerk called her through there. Good running from these two, and the senior partner there clearly wanting to get the strike here against Mashishi. And Mangala comes through for the single. And she mows that one again down to Rudolph here at long on.
Yeah, she's quite nonchalant about getting back to the non-strikers end when she completes her single.
She is, isn't she? So I wonder if she's looking... Oh, that's in the air and should be taken. Who's under it? Yeah, it is. That is Andreu there, Pura Andreu underneath it. It's Yandiswa Mangala who goes to play that one in the air. It looked like she was trying to play it into the leg side, and she gets the top edge, and she has been caught at square leg, and she has to make her way for 6. And expecting to see potentially the captain Leah Jones now coming out to the middle. It is indeed Leah Jones that's coming out to join Dane van Niekerk, and the score is now 209 for the loss of 5. So a partnership of 29 there between those two, and Mangala perishes with her score on 6. It was Andreu, Pura Andreu.
Yeah, Leah Jones to the crease here at Newlands for the Western Province team. Just 19 runs to get to take the victory, to keep the victory here at WSB Newlands. She often carries her team over the line with the bat.
She does. She's not. She hasn't had that many opportunities with the bat when she just come into bat. I mean, she has played 59 matches, 37 innings, 297 runs, and 25 not out, her highest score, and average is 9.58. So really hasn't got an average to speak of. But she has been working a lot on her batting over the last couple of years, and she certainly is looking more and more like she's comfortable at the crease now. And again, I think early on in her career, more of a bowler than she would think of herself as a batter or an all-rounder, but she certainly has, say, worked very hard on her batting.
She does have the temperament to be a good all-rounder.
Yeah, definitely. And as you say, she's seems often to be there, like at the end when she's just able to get the team over the line. I mean, here, be interesting to see how they approach the next 2 overs, because they will need to get, if they want to get a bonus point, World Sports Betting Western Province, then they will need to get these 19 runs to win in the next 2 overs to get the bonus point win. I'm not sure that is on their minds. I mean, you really want to make sure you get the win first. If the deliveries are there, maybe Dane van Niekerk will try and go for the boundaries. But the first thing is to ensure that you get the victory. As it's Kaylee Tapp to bowl her last over now.
Kaylee Tapp has been really good. She started off excellently at the top of the innings. She bowled with a really good economy. Now going into her 10th over, only 32 runs conceded with that 1 wicket.
Yeah, she's been outstanding. I mean, to consider that she actually conceded 10 in her last over. I mean, she would have been really bowling at about 2.5 and over. I mean, she is at the moment just over 3 and over. She's been by far the standout bowler today for the Fidelity Titans. Oh, that been a direct hit. I think Leah Jones would have been short of her ground, and the throw also difficult for the keeper to take. And in the end, they managed to get through comfortably for the single. Good work there done again by Mapangula at backward point.
Yeah, and just a little bit more on Tap. It was a good piece of fielding, but Kaylee Tap has had to step up, of course, with the national duty of both Elise Marie Marks and Masabata Class being out of the starting 11. She has really had to stand up and pull her part.
And she's done that outstandingly today. One just straight down the leg side. I think that's the first wide she's bowled of the entire innings, and really has been excellent from her. We do look at the extras, 18 extras. There were a couple of, was one wide that went for 5 wides down the leg side. So it has been generally, from that point of view, hasn't been a bad performance from the Fidelity Titans ladies. Yeah, Leah Jones just trying to cut that one through the offside and doesn't make contact. So certainly the bonus point is, I would think, completely out of the question now. Just looking at where it is. 17 needed to win here for World Sports Betting Western Province. That's a good run. Just bunting it into the offside, and Andrea picks up. They come through for the quick single. Van Niekerk's 2 balls left in this over from and the spell from Kaylee Tap. She'll want to finish it well. Gone for 1 for 35 in her 9.4 overs.
Yeah, for Van Niekerk, they have third man, fine leg, cow corner, and long on out on the boundary. Square leg, the only one inside on the leg side.
Yeah, and that one again, a quick run, and she's safely home. Is Leah Jones took a very sharp single there to Mapangula, and again, excellent work from her in the field, running in, picking up, just tossing it into Robin Sill. Took off the bails, but Leah Jones was comfortably in. He's quick between the wickets as well. Leah Jones, she was saying earlier on, she really has developed into an excellent athlete. Does a lot of work. And again, another one she tries to guide down to third, and she doesn't make contact to the end of the over. And that's the end of a very good spell from Kaylee Tap. Certainly has been the pick of the bowlers here for the Fidelity Titans. 10 overs, 1 for 36, and at the end of 39 it's 213 for the loss of 5, and it's 15 runs to win in 11 overs. And wait and see, I think it is going to be Paulina Mashishi who's going to be bowling the next over here from the Weinberg end. Van Niekerk will be on strike. I wonder what her approach is going to be. 15 to win, and 1 over left before from a bonus point of view, and she just plays that one into the offside. It's well fielded by Katie Pryor there. She probably feels she missed out a bit there as well. Dane Van Niekerk just a little bit short from Mashishi. She's gone downtown. It's going to bounce short, though, of the fielder. Rudolph there, not able to take that. She was trying to go for the 6, I think, there. And just didn't get all of it at all. And was very close, potentially, to being a catch for Alicia Rudolph. You can see the intent there.
Yeah, you definitely could see the intent.
And Leah Jones goes over the cover field. That is, is it going to run away for 4? Yes, it is. It's going to run away for 4. And she gets her first boundary with that shot, trying to, well, she went over the infield, exactly what she was intending to do, and she manages to get that there. Katie Tapp, nothing she could do about stopping that.
Yeah, Leah Jones definitely looking very comfortable against the spinner, and I didn't think she looked comfortable at all against Kaylee Tapp.
No, she didn't at all, did she? She was certainly not comfortable, wasn't able to pick up the length very well, and she was trying to play manufacture shots which perhaps weren't there. She does manage to play that one into the leg side, a little bit of a half a collision there between the two fielders, and that is the fourth ball of the over. So still 10 required if they to win the match, and they're not going to win it in this over as it's fielded there by Alicia Rudolph at long on. But this game now almost certainly, in fact, you don't see Western Province losing it from here. Leah Jones just plays it into the covers, fielded by her opposing captain Katie Pryor, and there is no run. It's 220 for the loss of 5 after 40 overs, and we have to be a change of bowling at the Kelvin Grove end. It looks like it's going to be Rasika Maharaj. Is it? It's going to be bowling. She takes her cap off now and gives it to umpire Wilma Jones, and she'll be bowling to Danae van Niekerk, and just sense it's a matter of time now before these runs are knocked off. Just the 8 runs needed for the win for World Sports Betting Western Province, and it has been an excellent performance with the bat, and it's been guided and in fact run by Danae van Niekerk. 78 not out she is. Contributions by Babette de Leerde, Sarah Smith and Kelsey Adams down the order.
I would have liked to have seen Lesedi Medisha from that end to replace Kaylee Tapp, simply because Leah Jones was struggling a bit with the pace.
Yeah, and I think try and get something else out of it, even for the youngster. If she could get another wicket, it just does help. Still got the T20 game tomorrow, and that's played nicely, a reverse sweep, and it's being chased all the way by Mapungula, but she's not going to get there, and it's a boundary for Danae van Niekerk, takes her into the 80s. She's 82 not out, and this has been an innings of class here from the former Proteas captain. She has certainly, now this is the best innings that she's had since she's been back in to domestic cricket, and she has played an innings of substance here to get her team over the line. They definitely needed this innings from her today. It was a bowling performance which perhaps they wouldn't have been that happy with. She just tickles it into the leg side for a single, and the Fidelity tightens up. I thought it was a good score, 227 for 8. They did elect to bat first. It was a brilliant innings from Robin Searle of 91 that held that innings together, and she certainly deserved a century today. You felt Robin Searle out in the 49th over for that 91, but the 227 with the impetus that Danae van Niekerk, that's gone down the ground. It's in the air, and it's too far away from Alicia Rudolph. It's not going to go down to the boundary though, and Leah Jones just takes 2. So that means they are 1 run away from the victory now. World Sports Betting Western Province saying you just feel that just the impetus that Danae van Niekerk brought to the innings here has got this WSB Western Province over the line, as that one is squirted out into the offside. Katie Pryor tries to take the catch. Hope she didn't get that in the face there, the cricket ball. But not able to take that. Was just bounced in front of it. Leah Jones just plays it down to mid-off. But altogether, you have to say it's been a professional performance, particularly from Danae van Niekerk and the couple of the batters here. for World Sports Betting Western Province that have got them now. Scores are tied at the end of that over.
Yeah, it definitely has been professional, and it just shows that the international experience of Danae van Niekerk is invaluable. The difference in playing levels that she has shown today with the bat versus everybody else that has held the bat out in the middle today has been significant. And just having that experience that she's had all over the world, playing in the Big Bash, playing IPL, wherever she has played, she's learned and she's gained that knowledge, and she's bringing it back. And I do think that it's rubbing off and it's showing off in the players around her. And I do think that is helping the setup and the system here in Western Province.
Yeah, most certainly today it has proved to be the difference between the two teams. As I say, that excellent innings from Robin Searle, and then some great bowling up front from the Fidelity Titans ladies. But it has been Danae van Niekerk ultimately that is the difference between the two teams. As that's a brilliant throw from that Kaylee Tapp in the covers, hits the one stump that she had to aim at, and Danae van Niekerk did look like she wasn't getting back very quickly, but I think she was in her ground ultimately. That would have been a little bit of a twist at the end here, and so she doesn't. There's no run accruing from that, and they need just the one run now to clinch a victory here in this match. This is their fifth match for both of these two teams in this season, and will be then WSB Western Province doing the double over the Titans, and that's a little tickle into the offside, and Danae van Niekerk goes through for 84th run. She ends 84 not out. It is with her Leah Jones 8 not out. It is a win by 5 wickets for World Sports Betting Western Province over the Fidelity Titans ladies. And as we've been saying, it really was a professional performance with the bat. World Sports Betting Western Province felt that they probably let a few more runs get away, particularly in the last 10 to 15 overs. And so a good total put up on the board by the Fidelity Titans. But in the end, it was that experience that came through and took them over the line. Contributions by DeLeerde also with 45, and Smith with 30, and Adams with 33 to go with the 84 from Danae van Niekerk. And it is a 5-wicket win. Jenna, it's been wonderful having you here for this Pro50 match. A win for the World Sports Betting Western Province, and for the Titans, another chance tomorrow to perhaps come and get over the line in the Pro20.
Yeah, for sure. It's been wonderful being here. First time at Newlands doing some commentary work, which has been really exciting. Pity that my home team, the Fidelity Titans, weren't able to come off with a win. But nevertheless, a good game of cricket to watch, to talk about, and to be involved in. So catch us again tomorrow. I will be back. Are you coming through tomorrow?
I'm here tomorrow, but I'm not commentating. So we're going to have Nathan Gugela with you tomorrow, which will be good. I will be here, so you never know. I might come and say a few words, or we'll see. But it's been wonderful being with you today. Absolute pleasure to commentate with you, and it was good to have Fatima Ahmed with us earlier on today. And so from myself, James King, and from Jenna Searle, it is goodbye from Newlands. If you do stay with us, no, in fact, we're not going to be able to bring. I was hoping we were going to be able to bring the post-match presentation of the player of the match, but we're not going to be able to bring that to you. We don't have the roving camera to go there, but from us for this afternoon, we were saying goodbye to you, and we'll be looking forward to having you back with us tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for the Hollywoodbets Pro20 match between these two teams.